nothing, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Only 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 one woman on me. Only
The road to the Esports World Cup begins again here for APAC for PUBG. We've already had many different regions. We've had play-ins, but now it's the final round, Jordan. Now it's the final 16 teams to see who can head off to the Esports World Cup. We wrapped up Korea last weekend, which ended up actually being quite fun right down to the final day. Final game ended with a 1v3 punch-off, won by the single for Gen G. It was a good time, but now we've got APAC and our focus turns here on their journey to EWC.
Indeed, it does. I think APAC is one of the last to finish off their qualifiers as well, alongside China, which is going on this weekend as well. So if you've been watching around the traps, you've been watching, a bit of EMEA, bit of America's done as well. You'll be pretty familiar with this format. It's pretty much the same kind of thing going on in all of the regions. There is a little bit of a change up here in APAC, just purely because we've got those sub-regions of Thailand, Vietnam, and rest of APAC. So instead of having, the three stages that we would have talked about in the Korea qualifier, here we kind of just have the 2 stages plus the qualifiers. And instead of qualifying teams directly from stage 1 into the final stage, which is where we're at today, we actually just qualify the top teams from each respective sub-region into those finals positions. So 3 from Thailand, 3 from Vietnam, 2 from APAC. We can talk about that as we get a little bit deeper into the day, but these are the 16 teams that have managed to make their way through to the final lobby of the EWC qualifier for Asia Pacific. And of course, there's quite a number of household names. If you've been a fan of Asia Pacific for, the better part of 4 or 5 years, you will have seen, Alter Egos, Buram, Cerberus's, E-Arenas, those are kind of big names. Sharper Esports, certainly a name that's been around for a long time as well. Obviously, there's been roster changes in all of these lineups, but look, across the board, we've got pretty much the who's who of Asia Pacific here, outside of those teams that had already taken a direct qualification or even invite, I guess it would be, to EWC, being Theraton 5, the Expendables, and Day Trade. So a few notable names missing, but still a very strong lobby coming into the final 16.
Yeah, even, like a team like Kiwa, for example, kind of like the old Victim Rise from the future back at the PCS days. The big one for me is coming out of APAC is, a team like Zanshin, which surprised me out of Thailand because I had never really heard of these guys until the rest of APAC quals that I covered the other week. And they played some really consistent, solid PUBG. And the PUBG that was even played in that, and that's rest of APAC. That's not including Vietnam. That's not including Thailand, who have become essentially premier regions when it comes to PUBG now. So and the quality was actually really, really, really good, and Zanshin were super consistent. Kind of actually, now that we went and did Korea last weekend, I would say actually quite similar in terms of a lot of that discipline, not over rushing. They understood what they needed to do in a lot of the games, a lot of end game situations, a lot of wins. Super solid team. Keen to see how they go. Match schedule for tonight, we begin with Miramar, followed by Tager, Rondo, and Erangel. And if it's anything like Korea, which I imagine it will be, this is a set map schedule, which means that tonight, tomorrow night, and Sunday night will start in this exact order and end in this exact order. It will not be rotating.
Yeah, indeed. So standard stuff, same as last time around. Nothing really to note, but I just want to quickly comment on Zanshin as well. Like, sort of like you say, not a bunch of names that are super familiar household names necessarily in terms of the individuals, but the Philippines was always like a bit of a region that I think kind of like flew under the radar a little bit, just in terms of when we would talk about Asia Pacific, particularly back when we were doing those PCS online tournaments, if you recall. And I was like, the big regions really were Vietnam and Thailand, and that was always like the battle between Vietnam and Thailand, who could place better. And then maybe you would have like the best Australian team, if it was like Fury, for example, at the time, kind of like jostling for maybe a top spot, but they were really the only representation from anywhere outside of Vietnam and Thailand. But then again, there was a couple of teams from the Philippines that actually managed to put out some decent performances here and there. So I think, you look at that and think maybe it's a little bit of a surprising result, but at the end of the day, I think there is some pretty decent PUBG talent that does get built in the Philippines for whatever region that may be. But regardless, we'll have to see how they go, now stepping up into a bit of a more difficult lobby, right? When we're talking about teams that have played internationally, when we've seen teams that have been playing for 6, 7, 8 years at the top level in APAC PUBG, it's going to be a bit of a different ball game. So that kind of a step up isn't something that always necessarily goes super well. We were even able to have some of those discussions last week with regard to some of the teams in Korea, right, where we saw Ignis, for example. They dominated one of the weaker lobbies, they dominated one of the qualifier lobbies, and then going into the final 16, they really didn't look like they were a team of any notable mention, to be quite honest. Like they might have done 2 or 3 decent games over the course of the 18 games that we got to watch. So making that step up isn't necessarily always going to be easy, but I will keep an eye on Zanshin for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and last one on that as well, I'm mentioning, of course, the Philippines, but they actually beat out what used to be the old Philippines heroes in Archangel Predator, you know, CJ, Elgin Bots, Carbs, etc. on Happy Squad. So to me, a little bit of a passing of the torch potentially from the Philippines, and we'll see how Zanshin can go. Of course, as we have now, we've got some of the big dogs in Thailand, Vietnam, and this is what's going to make these APAC qualifiers so exciting, because I think the quality is just going to jump through the roof now when you include some of these teams very quickly. Sharper Esport, E-Arena, Forest Natural Gaming, which has our old friend Inez Galusia on that roster, and still nice to see sort of old names as well. I mean, even E-Arena is just stacked with Norens, Lyrics, Zizzy as well, and then Sharper Esport, Excrezit, Thunders, Ursa, and Jedi. And then coming out of Vietnam through the, coming in through, I guess, the direct positions, TDT Esports, that's a tongue twister. All Game is global, and Cerberus do make it through as well. They finished in. So, I mean, it's a lot of talent. All Game is global for me, and straight away, we've been covering a long time. Haisaki, Himas, Taikon, Hudat, Destroy as well is there. So stacked roster. And then for TDT Esports, Hoang Jun, Van Nuys there as well, and Zayu. Cerberus is stacked with Duckmai, Zess, Simon, and Sololzi. So a lot of the old names that we're kind of used to from the old, PCS days, for example, still very much up and about. And, obviously keeping our eyes on PUBG throughout the last couple of years. You were fortunate enough to do some international stuff last year and see how much APAC has risen. I've been a little bit unfortunate in that, since I got the boot from the international stuff for PUBG, APAC then went on the rise, and I kind of missed out on all the fun times, whereas a long time ago we were kind of always championing APAC, but they could never quite hit it big in terms of the international events. But over the last couple of years, they've changed that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's been certainly a lot of that talent that has gone overseas and really performed, which has been quite cool to see, because I didn't really think it was going to be possible. Sometimes you look at an esport and you think, well, sometimes this region just for whatever reason can't compete, and that's kind of where I thought APAC was going to be for a very, very long time. But it seems like with that continued investment of PUBG in that region, those teams have inevitably kind of caught up to the international teams in a decent sense, and so that's been kind of cool to see. Maybe not so cool, I guess, if we're on the Australian bandwagon, because just as a little bit of a bias aside, both Australian casters, we didn't get to see any Australian teams qualify to the final 16 here of the APAC qualifier for Road to EWC, which is a little bit sad, because back in the day, APAC was up there, maybe even in front of Southeast Asia in terms of performances, even internationally. But that certainly fell off during our tenure, I guess, during PCS.
Well, Monk pulled out, so I don't know the reasoning. I never actually asked, and maybe I should have, considering I could have easily just messaged Nikus or Hiker, but they essentially pulled out of the APAC qualifiers. They didn't finish top 2, otherwise they would have been able to go straight to the finals, and therefore I would have imagined then they would have played it. They missed out by 40 points though, so they were comfortably third, and certainly still a really good team in the rest of APAC quals. And I think had they played at their best, they certainly could have made finals. Sure. Truth of the matter is, though, when it comes to the Oceanic region, it has not progressed whatsoever in terms of quality. There's still a lot of players in that region that are still hanging around. I looked at Palladium, for example, and I look at Killabrew, Suspect, Psycho, Aspirant. I think that's a really, really good team. And then you look at the performance, and it's bottom 3. Old Bloods had a very good showing, and I thought they were very competitive in the rest of APAC calls, evidently unable to make it to the finals. And certainly there is still talent when it comes to the Oceanic region, but there's also no mega roster that I think the region probably needs to find. Because let's be honest, the top dogs from OS are actually overseas in North America, for instance. And so what you've kind of got left over in the region seems quite spread, but if it's so spread, you're not going to be able to get teams to qualify too deep into these tournaments. Now, back in the glory days, it was different, because you had probably 2 to 3, maybe sometimes 4 teams that could really compete and make international events, also different pathways. So that's probably what I would want to see from OC. Is there a world in which they can find an absolute god squad, big 4, like a monster roster, even if it kills 2-3 teams? Because there is that lack of representation when it comes to APAC now from a region that has some really good historic roots in PUBG.
I think if you wanted to see that, you would probably first have to see some consistent tournament structure come back to ANZ. I don't know at the moment that there's necessarily as much to play in as what there was back in the day when we did see the rise of those names. You know, I mean, look, Tiggleton probably came through maybe even a little bit earlier than where a lot of the super structured tournaments kind of came in, but certainly, you know, we saw Luke 12 and we saw Flood really develop in like the ANZ champs, and they got their opportunity, not necessarily through that, but by virtue of having that domestic tournament to compete in, among others, plus then being on a good team, plus then playing internationally, they then were able to kind of get enough reps under their belt in decent tournaments against decent teams to be able to kind of like make that next step. And that's where we I think kind of saw a lot of growth from the ANZ region, and there was, you know, players like Extreme as well kind of coming and kicking around. But nowadays I feel pretty bad about more so for the ANZ PUBG players, because I look at what they have to play and I'm like, what is, you know, you're literally playing for passion at this point. Like, that is really, you know, there's not really a huge monetary incentive, there's not really a pathway incentive, unfortunately, in the same way that there used to be. So it is a little bit sad, but it is what it is, you know, I guess, and that's just the way that. Look, it's not really a knock on PUBG necessarily. Like, it's every esport in general has kind of like moved to a bit more of an APAC centric structure, but that does make it a little bit harder for particularly our region. And I know we're talking a lot about ANZ in an APAC qualifier. People are probably over that discussion already, but yeah, I mean, it's just a symptom of the greater esports landscape as a whole, kind of moving to a bit more of a Asia Pacific focus rather than each sub-region necessarily. But even then, sub-regionally, you know, you have a lot more investment in the likes of Thailand and Vietnam, and obviously you can see the fruits of that labor are showing when you see those kinds of teams playing internationally in the PGS events and such. So anyway, we'll pull that back for a second as we have a couple more important things to talk about as we jump into our first match of the EWC Asia Pacific qualifier. As we talked about earlier, it is going to be here on Miramar. A couple of games in Miramar to kick things off. And of course, it's a new lobby, right? So we talked about all those teams where we thought, oh, you know, these teams might do okay. These teams might not be able to make the jump. But at the end of the day, you have 18 matches. And if you can have, let's say, a good 4 or 5, you might be putting yourself in a conversation, because it is a short format. So starting well here, getting yourself a little bit of a buffer zone is always going to be what the teams are going to be looking for.
Yeah, and don't forget, obviously now the full focus is very much on these APAC qualifiers, and more at the beginning of this game, unless a fight does happen, which, unless there's any kind of contest over a loot location, I can't imagine that will be the case. It's Miramar. So I'm looking at the previous round, essentially the play-in rounds of the APAC quals. You had the 24 teams that played off in their groups, AVB, ABC, BBC, etc., which is quite common when it comes to PUBG. When you have the 24 teams, it's a pretty good way of, you know, having more teams, but certainly only 8 teams going through makes it very much a difficult proposition. So Armour Gaming, they snuck in by 2 points over Tosakan team in the 8th spot. And then you had the Samurais make their way through, which is actually really, really good to see coming out of the rest of APAC position. The Japanese team in 7th, and then Savage Men Esports as well, filled in the 6th spot. And then 4 Crazy Rabbits were able to get through pretty comfortably from Vietnam, which is actually a team that I've never seen before in my time in PUBG in terms of the players. And anytime I feel like they got red links on Wikipedia, it's like, yeah, okay, maybe I haven't actually seen these guys for a reason. They might be quite new. So keen to see how they go. Team Flash obviously has a couple of players, and certainly Hungvo Ditch is a name that's been very much renowned in PUBG for Team Flash, 4th. And then FW Esports, certainly some big names there. Six Stacks, Canaxi, Duckmans, Banana One, and Riyadh. And then the top 2, Roy Esports, which again, you know, names that we've seen a long time in previously, Jaxi and Ed King and Tede coming out of Indonesia. Good to see them involved. And then Buriram, top spot, no surprises there, but it's a new look Buriram in terms of the old days, right? Can, Riz, Dynasty and Eddie. I mean, I guess they've been there for a while now, but a healthy mix in terms of that play-in round, in terms of teams from Vietnam, teams from Thailand, and teams from rest of APAC. And hopefully that gives those teams from rest of APAC, you know, a really good feeling coming into the finals, going alongside, of course, the two teams in Kiwi and Zanshin who got to make their way straight in. Should also note, being EWC, we don't have the live leaderboards here. What we will do, of course, throughout the 3 days is very much keep everyone updated in terms of where teams sit on the leaderboards as best as we possibly can. It is a top 4, Jordan. It was top 3 for Korea. It's top 4 for APAC. So 1 extra slot. And let me tell you, for those watching at home, if you didn't watch Korea, if there had been 4 slots, that last game would have been even more brutal in terms of the amount of teams that were already available to try and get that 3rd and final spot, while the 4th slot would have made it even more fascinating. But yeah, 4 slots by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of thoughts on all the things you've just said, Xanox. I think the first one is hashtag not my Buriram. You know what I mean? Like, you look at that team and it's definitely not the one that we used to know and love in terms of the names on the roster, as you mentioned, but the result that they had, at least in the qualifier stages, topping the pack, you know, in the not in their respective domestic qualifier, but in the APAC wide qualifier. Wow, Evan's having a bit of a struggle here. Yeah, that's a bit more like Buriram, you know, 144 points, top of the lobby there, not even really close to anybody else, and that was what we used to see back in the day during the PCS days. But either way, there'll be a team to focus on, as again we sort of have highlighted that those teams that maybe do well in those weaker qualifiers don't necessarily always translate things into the international qualifiers, and certainly back in the Thai qualifier themselves, they didn't actually have a overly outrageously amazing performance. Here comes our first little bit of a stoush early on in the piece, as Zanshin does just go past Savage Men. Doesn't look like that's going to really result in a whole lot, but onto the discussion in terms of qualification slots. You said there's 4. Obviously, we had 3 for EMEA, we had 3 for North America, and we had 3 for Korea. So we can kind of look at those results and infer maybe where the top 4 could potentially find themselves. Over in NA, it was very similar to what we saw in Korea, about 150 points for first place, 140 points for second place, 130 points for third place, and roughly around 130 points as well for fourth. EMEA was 175. Virtus.pro absolutely dominated that lobby today. They must have dominated that lobby. 146 for second, and 140 for VP in third. So, for Navi, I should say, in third. And then for Gen G, obviously they did quite well over in the Korea qualifier, 195 points, 150 for T1 and 122 for FN. So you're probably looking at around, I'd say, the 120-ish point mark to be able to make it into the top 4. High 120s is going to be a really good spot to be in. So we can just keep that number in our minds over the course of this qualifier. Between 120 and 130, I think is going to be a really, really comfortable position. So what is that, 18 games? You know, you're probably looking at maybe 8 or 9 points a game on average, and you'll be feeling pretty happy with how things are proceeding. So that's kind of the number that we should be focusing on at this stage. But it's probably a bit early days still.
No, it is, but it just kind of sets it early in terms of roughly points per game throughout the nights. But the way you mentioned, like, it's too early, you know, again, using Korea being the most recent tournament that we did, but also very much, you know, similar, pretty much same format. You know, you looked at a Gen G night one, 73 points, and then day 2, they got, what was it, like 15 or something?
Yeah, 14
really
or 15.
Bad.
Yeah.
You know, so like you're going to have, you know, I would say 18 games played, you probably can afford 6 to 7 kind of bad games, as long as the other games are actually quite good. Evidently, as we kind of saw throughout Korea, even though the teams at the bottom were kind of keeping pace, and we were pretty lenient with that marker in terms of crossing teams out. I guess with 4 slots, that changes even more so, because you'll have more of an opportunity to probably then have an extra bad game or 2. So that fundamentally, if you have a really good night 1, that means more in this tournament because there's an extra slot available compared to, say, Korea, where there was only the 3 slots. So you had to be really, really good, really consistent to make top 3. That extra slot now does alleviate a tiny bit of pressure, but starting well is always the best thing you can do. Absolutely. You go back to Korea night 1, who ended up winning it all? Gen G. Who started the best? Gen G. Very rarely do you see, and that allows them to have a bad night too, because if they had the buffer. But yeah, I'm very much keen for APAC now. It feels like we haven't really done, you know, a super high-end 18 game, you know, APAC tournament for a good while, Jordan. At least for me and you together, it's been 2 years, funnily enough.
Crazy.
and to see which teams are going to be able to make it to EWC. Absolutely high intense lobby. Now, it is Miramar, as we always say, slow to start, but then it's that slow burn that eventually ignites in the middle portion of the map. So expecting around the 15-16 minute mark, things will start to kick off. We've got an eastern zone circle, very much Kentara, kind of dead center-ish, little bit of water, but it's not going to be a factor, only 5% unplayable. It's a very open circle, and as is the case with Miramar, you want space, you want to find information as high as you can possibly be, the better. Get your vehicles. It's not an opening phase one where you should be fighting, where you should be crashing buildings. Get some good territory, get some good space, be ready to rotate phase two, because Miramar can have some funky shifts. Absolutely, things can change up pretty quickly, and what you don't want is to eventually be a team coming in late to like a fields finish, because then it's going to be really, really difficult. You want good high ground, play off the mountain terrain, as we see Alter Ego, good old Trickman, some Moi, some absolute old school classic players in this lobby, which is good to see after all these years.
Yeah, indeed. I think there's quite a number of names that we can look back and say we've got a bit of nostalgia for in this lobby. It is a little bit of a PCS-esque lobby in terms of the names, but there's like a bit of like salt and pepper, you know, you're getting a little bit of something in there in terms of some new names coming through as well, which is also kind of cool. You know, I think it's always important to kind of see the newer names popping up every, 6-12 months. You know, you see a new player or a new team that kind of makes you go, oh, I'll keep an eye on that team, just because that is obviously showing the development of the esport at a more grassroots level. And I think at the end of the day, that's where you can really judge the health of an esport. If you don't ever have any new talent coming through, it means that new players are either not picking up the game or they're not being able to break into the top level, both of which are not good, because inevitably when players do start to rotate, either you're not going to have players to replace them with, or you're not going to have players of quality to replace them with. So it is kind of good to see these newer names still kind of popping up here and there, as we're going to see that zone shift come through. Didn't quite catch it on the mainstream, but I can see it here on my map feed. Again, unfortunately no map feed publicly available, but we do have one to keep an eye on, and that one has gone northeast. So if you think maybe truck stop is perhaps the most central point of interest on that next zone, even then it's probably not quite dead center. So everyone going to be trying to move their way up to the northern side of the map, and that means this southern side, as teams start to kind of come out of Los Leones and out from Puerto Paraíso, is really going to start to get quite busy, and we're going to start to see some teams dropping off on this rotation. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, phase two pop going a slightly north direction is very much going to get teams on the move. A couple of teams are already well situated. Truck stop actually is completely vacant right now, but considering it's on the northern side of this circle, still a high chance it's not going to play a factor later on. I don't think you want to go in there. I love the 2-2 split for Alter Ego. We see some knocks in the kill feed, and it's actually Savior from X-Men who's going to be the first one eliminated to kick things off here for the APAC qualifiers of EWC. You never really want to be the first death, but someone has to be. Jun at least got traded pretty quickly by Leo, but they've lost more. Sayu and Hai able to then get Upchin and Leo. And for Savageman Esports, it's looking like it's going to be an early finish here for match one. Only one player up and on the exit. At this point now, the best thing you can do is stay alive, go for a rank tank, hope for the best later on, but I don't know if Lunlun's going to get out of this position. Surely not. Binek is also watching from a distance. Upchin did get flushed by Zayu. So it is TDT that is going to be the benefactors to begin here in the qualifiers. Lunlun, I think, playing around the smoke, does eventually, though, get the kill onto Hoang. And so while X-Men do get 2 kills, Lunlun is very much on the verge of being eliminated, down to literally 1 HP. Was behind the box, and Zayu will actually get the final kill. Van, though, also has now been flushed. And for TDT, while they've gotten a couple of kills from this, I think, are they down to 1 or 2 players?
Yeah, I don't think they've got many left. They've certainly lost a couple, which is probably not worth it for the 2 points that they did manage to get. I mean, look, at the end of the day, though, this is a pretty awkward zone shift for a lot of those teams that were down the south. So maybe not the end of the world. If you've got 2 players up, you got 2 points out of it, you can at least say we got something, and we've got a chance for a little bit more in what could have been a bit more of a disastrous rotation for us. But for the vast majority, it seems like things have settled down as that rotation has come through. One of the few remaining teams to not yet make their rotation in is Buriram. They were, historically at least, always a bit more of an edge-based team. I'm not sure that is necessarily the case for this current day Buriram, but I suppose we'll find that out over the sort of next 18 games or so. But at least from what we can see here, they're more than happy to play the edge. I don't know that they necessarily had many other options in this particular game, just because the zone was pulling away from them, and they were one of the teams that was actually forced to kind of move the furthest or move last. So there's not really much else that they can do apart from backfill positions that teams have already moved on from. And they'll be hoping for a little bit more of a southern pull here, but imagine that's going to be wishful thinking at this stage. Zone shift coming through in 5 seconds or so should start to paint us a bit of a clearer picture as to where this game is going to go. I think it's still been kind of standard fare, fairly slow stuff to start off Miramar. A little bit of punching on here and there, but nothing particularly outrageous. It looks like it's shifted away from Sharper Esports slightly, but not to a dramatic fashion. That's actually about as good of a pull as they possibly really could have hoped for Buriram, who we were talking about earlier. Again, you know, not too disappointed by a southern pull here, and we've got an E pickup coming through here as well. So everybody on the move. Now it's the northern teams that are actually struggling in terms of the rotate and having to push their way down pretty quickly to try to scramble for some space.
Yeah, I mean, a great circle for FW Esports. I actually don't mind it either for 4 Crazy Rabbits. Alter Ego in a good spot. I'd say those 3 teams have probably benefited the most. And 4 Crazy Rabbits may also benefit from the parachutes just directly above them. You get these knocks, they're converted to kills, and Himas immediately finished off by Trick. It's not though 4 Crazy Rabbits that get it. It's actually Alter Ego. Not too far away from this location, but still a decent shot from Trick. In the end, ePod will actually end up getting the knock on to Destroy. And coming out of the sky is Tycon, and you can see the negatives sometimes of an E pickup. If you are landing, crash landing on top of other teams, especially with multiple teams, it doesn't usually end all that well. And if I'm going to be honest, I don't know if an E pickup was necessary for this kind of zone, for this kind of game, and it backfires drastically for Eagle. Hisaki is still up, split though from... Well, I mean, split from the rest of his team because they're all dead. So he's very much just by himself, and still a good spot for FCR, for Crazy Rabbits. The circle shift again did go away from Truck Stop. Armory Gaming kind of backfilled into that position. They're going to have to keep moving now. But right now, I'd say the 3 best placed teams, FW, 4 Crazy Rabbits, and Alter Ego, sit really nicely in this kind of triangle around the center region of this phase 3 circle. Minute to go till phase 4, and that's when I'm really expecting things to kick off. We've already had more fighting than I anticipated here for game 1 of Miramar, and not even really necessarily all that zone based. It's the E pickup, it's the earlier fight on the road with X-Men. You know, these things do happen from time to time, but the next circle shift, phase 4, you can see how open a lot of the terrain is. Such is the case when it comes to Miramar. Look at around the road on the western side, absolutely layered with fields. Eastern side, fields around the cratered region. Main compound for FW, main compound for 4 Crazy Rabbits, and main compound for Alter Ego. 3 to watch for this game.
No, I'm definitely going to echo a lot of the thoughts that you've just put in there, and particularly going back to that conversation around the E pickup. I don't think that was super necessary. I just had a quick look back, and they came out of Cantera, which was like not a particularly long rotate actually with regard to that zone. So to see Hisaki here solo, probably a little bit of a disappointment for those guys in particular. Buriram's a team that I want to shout out here as well. They've kind of set themselves up with a nice little bit of zone control on the southern side of the map that is going to help them as far as the staging ground is concerned. And often, it seems like Buriram are one of the first movers now. You know, they're always in those vehicles ready to go just prior to the zone popping, which is always something that you like to see. And I can see them moving in with this current zone pull. They're going to just try to crash center. It's not exactly the most fantastic of zone pulls for them, but there's a lot of defilades, a lot of little ridges here to sort of play around. So they must have something in mind. They were really, really quick to move, and it's starting to turn back around. So that's interesting. Maybe that position that they wanted already taken. FL in the kill feed for all the wrong reasons have set themselves up in a shack, and when you've got 3 or 4 players in a shack, we all know how that typically ends up going. They're kind of up the creek without a paddle here. You've got teams that are going to try to crash them. Sharper should get a free bunch of points right here. They may lose 1 or 2. Hungfo Ditch is going to try it. They're maybe going to lose more than just 1 or 2. Team Flash are eliminated, but Sharper Esports have got to be wondering whether or not that was worth it, because as far as I can see, they've at least lost 2 players there, maybe even 3. They get the position, which could be a decent one mid to long term, to be honest, if they just keep their heads down. But I don't think it's going to be a game-winning position for them, certainly not with only a couple of players.
No, it's never a game-winning position. You're very rarely going to get the chicken dinner out of a spot like that. Your best hope is top 8, right? And the fact is, it's a shack that's very much in a vacant area. It's really difficult to kind of push up to it, get close through nades. Teams like FW and their main compound certainly aren't going to push out. Neither will, Four Crazy Rabbits. So the best hope for Sharper now is that teams don't kind of follow suit and send it to the shack. That's probably the only way they die anytime soon. There's a bit of fighting up on this hill, northwestern side, actually more towards the north. Armory Gaming versus Cerberus, who are just trying to control edge, not looking to push in. There is a compound in front of them, obviously occupied by Four Crazy Rabbits, and they got the time to do this in the zone. They know both teams' position, so both are aware. Big nade though onto UNQ. Simon can follow that, should get the knock, and he does. Really good teamwork from Cerberus.
Oh, Killfeed's just lighting up, isn't it, man? Oh, it's so nice to be back in APAC. We were watching Korea last week, and it's like 15 minutes of nothing. Here we are in APAC, and already half the lobby's pretty much dead. It's been madness. It's been chaos. And yes, the zone shifts have, I think, to an extent, contributed to that, because we've had some pretty hard pulls. One down to the south, one back up to the north. But even still, it's been a little bit more like what we're used to. A bit more fun, a bit more pizzazz. Alter Ego getting into the kill feed there. E-Arena losing Nurans. Larix is on the floor here as well. Jacob out in the blue. You've got Scappy here starting to come across as well to try to get involved into this one. So not looking very good for Jacob here of E-Arena, which was definitely a team that I kind of have my eye on. They've been a team that has really done quite well over the last sort of 12 to 18 months if we're going back into 2024 as well. Minvo just going to secure this kill, you'd think. Oh, 5 HP. That final shot
Samoy
goes through.
gets it.
Seymour steals it. So,
well, I think it was Minvo trying to steal Samoy because he's ended up just bleeding out.
Fair. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of teams, though. You mentioned sort of E-Arena, one to keep an eye out for, or thinking that they could do something. Obviously, we're a little bit more knowledgeable of the teams in APAC than Korea. Korea was sort of like, okay, well, there's Gen G, there's T1, but the rest of them were a little bit difficult to kind of ascertain as to who's going to, qual top 3, and 3 spots is not a lot. But with APAC, immediately off the bat, coming into a lobby like this, and I look over and I think, okay, who are the teams that are really going to be fighting? I think it's wide open. I really do. Obviously, you're going to have your top teams. But with 4 slots available, I think there's a solid probably 8 to 10 teams that are all going to be coming into a final round like this thinking we could get one of those 4 spots. And that's exactly what you want from a region. 4 Crazy Rabbits. And also there's probably then also going to be 1 or 2 teams that might get a little bit fortunate, say on night 1, and then you can kind of build on that and think, okay, well, we're kind of up to this and what can we do now? But 90 seconds until phase 6. Obviously, a lot of teams on this more northern side. Now, 4 Crazy Rabbits haven't had to do a lot from this main compound. That's going to change pretty quickly. If teams do send it over the road, you would imagine they're going to keep going to the compound itself. You don't really want to pull up on the road and fight out in the open. So they have to make a decision. Do you go around the compound, play a little bit to the east of it, which is what Cerberus are looking to do right now, or do you full send it? And instead, they actually go for the hill. I like this spot, but it is currently being watched. Minvo does get the initial contact and knock and flush. Make that 3 kills now for 4 Crazy Rabbits. A single nade here for Minvo. Not needed right now, but a help from Kiss on the other side of it as Duckmire gets eliminated, and then does also go and get the knock onto Minvo and sort of says, hey, leave these guys alone. We want to finish them off. We've got the better angle. You guys go back to your compound. And that's exactly what 4 Crazy Rabbits kind of have to do because of the positioning from Cerberus. They play that eastern side hill. You can't really get to them now without over peaking, and you certainly don't want to do that at this point in the game. 9 teams left. You got a compound. It's still in the circle. You go back, you play it. You can't really get these kills. It's the nature of it.
They've got to really wrap this fight up in the northern side of the map because there's just so many teams up there that are really trying to jostle for positioning, and you can see Kanaxi here from FW Esports, and I'm sure the rest of the guys as well have got insane sightlines on the fight that's happening. So they're kind of just farming knocks, damage, kills all over the place. Alter Ego, a losing team. Or losing players. I mean, Jacob has done a pretty good job of keeping himself alive for that long. He even actually gets another kill point there onto Baron, so not a bad shout for E-Arena. And in the meanwhile, by the way, I just want to mention Sharper Esports, who we saw earlier on crashing that little hut. They're loving this. They are loving this. They are hearing all these shots, seeing all these teams go down all around them, and they are just not doing anything. They're just absolutely chilling. Thunders is now starting to, as you can see here, actually push out from that hut. Extras that's still sitting inside the hut. But he started to push out to try to take a little bit of space. But they've managed to make their way into the top 8. And that's exactly what they wanted out of that position. They didn't have a good game ahead of themselves. Otherwise, they would not have crashed that hut as 4. They didn't have anywhere else to go. So they're just happy to see this kind of playing out around them. They'll keep their heads down until the late game, see if they can eke out another couple of placement points, maybe a cheeky kill point here or there. But this northern side of the map is absolutely cooked. It looks like Roy might be the team that comes away best from it. They've still got 4 alive. They still have to get rid of 3 of the members inside of this compound on 2 separate teams, which is going to add some degree of complexity.
You got to remember as well, for the duo of Sharper, they've had pretty much little to no info. You've been sitting in a hut for so long, you think, okay, well, now we can kind of start to push out a little bit. So they've got to regain a little bit of that information as best as they possibly can. We can see and we know they've got essentially like almost best position in the zone right now. This actually has turned out really nice for them. But 6 acts with an angle, he sees the smokes, he can spot the hearts. So that left side, you can see so much over towards. Sometimes you look at the minimap and you think, well, they've got so much space. They're in controlling so much of the zone, even as a duo. But then you go and look at the POV of 6 acts and how much you can actually see over there. It's open area, it's open terrain. So that means you're very, very visible in those kind of positions. Hence why, even as a duo, Sharper can't really do much with it. There's the map there. It looks great on paper, but they are very much out in the open. So naturally, the best thing they can do is sit still, get placement points this game. It's not a kill game. You're a duo. And maybe you get very fortunate. And maybe these teams up north at the main compound take each other out. You can swoop in, get a couple of kills. You're already top 5 now. For a full crash send into a shack, that's a good result. Anything else is a bonus. 5 kills for Roy, 4 players up, and done a really decent job here pushing on this northwestern side of the compound. And 4 crazy rabbits, well, down to just the 1 crazy rabbit now. And Alter Ego playing on the eastern side of it, but FW, you would imagine at some point, will look to try and aggress.
Well, they're not necessarily aggressing, you know, here, FW. They're just trying to move into a bit more of a tenable position for the later game. I don't think that they necessarily want to get involved in a particularly long-pitched battle against Alter Ego. They're kind of just more invested in themselves at this stage. Alter Ego also have to worry about the setup that's happening here in the compound, but just having a look at how the map is playing out at the moment, it kind of does feel like it's Roy's game to lose. They definitely have the strongest of the positions. They've also got 4 players alive. They're up on this high ground. They've more or less taken complete control of the compound. You've still got Lambau here for 4 crazy rabbits, just hiding. But he is only a solo. There's a kill point in them. Meanwhile, for Sharper again, by the way, just kind of keeping that one ticking along nicely as a duo. But I'd say at this point, if Roy don't go on to win this game, they will be a little bit disappointed with themselves. The only other team I can really see doing it at this stage is maybe FW, but they've got Alter Ego above them, which I think is going to be a pretty awkward position to fight from for FW, just having to fight up that hill. Alter Ego, though, are going to have to start to move, and they're going to inevitably either get pushed down the hill into FW or across the hill into the compound, which is where Roy have set up. So Alter Ego are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's more of a question now about whose game do they potentially try to ruin in their campaign to get into the next zone.
Yeah, I think Roy is very much looking the best to win this game, which would be a really good statement from them as, you know, a top team coming out of the rest of APAC region. Well, here comes Lambo. That's a freebie onto Agba. Setsuna, though, for Roy, does get the kill. So unfortunately for Alter Ego, they lose another player. There is a chance he could get the smoke over and go for the revive, but here comes the push from Roy. And this is the issue for Alter Ego. Do you decide to push FW? You don't. You sit, you wait, and here comes Roy. Now you can't push FW. Now you're stuck meeting the sandwich. This is great, even more so for Sharper. The fact that got top 4, and the longer this goes on, suddenly being a duo isn't that big a disadvantage. I mean, FW is only a duo now at this point. You're even with them. Alter Ego back to 3. One's, of course, going to have to heal back up in Agba, but they're in an awful position. So I'd rather be the duo of Sharper than the trio of Alter Ego. Now, what Sharper need if they are to win this game is probably Roy Esports losing a player or two, you know, in the next couple of minutes, and then Sharper's back on for what would be one of the all-time wins to start things off this tournament. A 4-man crash into a hut from a clown car, and you know, essentially you could go on and win the game. It doesn't happen all that often. And 2 down for Roy as well. Largely dealing with alter ego. They can get these revives because FW can't push up. Sharper can't push up. There's no real pressure on Roy except for alter ego. As Samoy, very, very fortunate to still be alive. 17 health, took a little bit of extra damage from the blue. And Tede's going to get a little bit of intel on his position, and Setsuna will be able to then get the kill. Tede, though, well, he will be in, and they could throw a smoke and go for the res. Roy might not be aware of this, but it's a very wounded lobby.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that Thunders maybe doesn't try to sort of push up on that western flank a little bit more in all of that chaos. You can see it's actually, you know, quite a bit of cover. It's like kind of the direction that EDV's looking in.
Nah, it'd be a solo. It's too risky. One person watching the back push
and try and throw a grenade in there, here or there. You have really good coverage. You have really good vision on FW Esports. You know from Extras' position that they're not going to be able to push in on you. You know if you're counting the kill feed that Roy are down 2 and they're the team up in the compound. It's unlikely that they have someone still watching that side of the flank when you can hear all of the shots going up against Alter Ego and FW Esports. Look, it's a risk, but is it a risk that you're willing to take here as a duo that if you do it and you maybe get a knock or confirm a flush that was someone already knocked, you put this into 3 for Roy or potentially 2 for Roy, and maybe then you can go on to win the game. Here, though, they take the more passive approach, which is, you know, risk versus reward. I don't necessarily think there's a wrong answer here, but you've allowed Roy to have now 4 strong. They get both of the revives, the 2 players that got knocked, to pick back up, and can we really expect Roy to fumble this? Well,
they can, because they're going to push down the hill.
Sure. But a 4v2v2 is still very favorable for them.
Oh, absolutely, but they do have to push down this hill. Getting that knock is super beneficial, and you can see they're just playing the time game. Roy know they don't have to rush this. They know it's a 2-2 split in terms of 2 different teams, and how to kind of win this game is patience. And today, right now, doesn't actually have that patience. He's almost just died. He actually, you couldn't even see his health from the bar anymore. He was that low, and now goes down. I'm telling you, pushing down this hill is not that easy, even with the extra players. But FW do get wiped out eventually. I'm pretty certain, did they just die to the blue? We couldn't see it in the kill feed, but I also didn't hear any shots.
I can have a quick look back on the map feed. Banana 1 died to the blue. One of them died to the blue only.
Okay. Well, it's a 2v3. And Roy still need to push down this hill. Also, by the way, Sharper's got 7 kills too, so it's not like, you know, they got their kills early on, then full send the heart, hoping for a late game finish. They've had the best of both worlds, and Exquisite gets the knockdown onto Ed King. It suddenly becomes a 2 versus 2 with Roy still needing to push down this hill, which is going to put them out in the open. They needed to get that knock right there through Setsuna onto Exquisite, but he couldn't quite fully get it. Now, the good news, though, for Roy is we go phase 9. And so that means Sharper can no longer just sit here forever. They have to push out themselves.
I think they're closer to the center of the zone, though, than Roy is. Roy's going to have to move first, which is going to give Sharper a small window of opportunity.
Get to a tree and then you're closer.
They've got better cover, but I think Sharper might actually have maybe even arguably a little bit more util here available to them, because I don't imagine that they've been using a whole lot throughout this game. Jexy being pushed by the blue, now sitting in behind that smoke, and here come the shots in from Thunders. They're not quite on point. Extras, it's been knocked. That's a really big problem. Very unlikely that he's going to be able to get picked up here, and it's going to come down to Thunders in the 1v2 spam coming through. He's inside that smoke, so they can't actually see him, but it's going to give the opportunity for the Roy players to start pushing their way down the hill. And look, Sharper, I think they were very close to winning this game, but I'm not sure that he's going to be able to pull this one off solo. Not from this.
Well, they should never have even been in a position to get this close. It's an absolute big W at all for Sharper. Now he's got the nades. He's got a couple more available. Shield does go up. He holds behind it, even with the Molotov burning in front of him. But as soon as he pops his head up, Jexy's just going to be able to get a free kill. The smoke will dissipate. Head is available, and he will very much die coming out of the shield. And Roy Esports will be able to take the opening game, a 12-kill win. They had to work for it, Jordan. Honestly, like, I know you can kind of look at it and say they had the kind of top-down view of the lobby, but pushing down that hill, it's not a free win. It's very difficult. You had two different duos looking at you from two distinctively different angles, so you had a lot that you had to cover and defend. You had to push down the hill. I thought they played that really well, because you can throw a game like that. It's very easy to just kind of get a little bit bloodthirsty, start rushing down the hill, and then lose numbers, and in the end, Sharper as well. Very, very much content with a game like that, considering the full send into the shack. Well, game one is done here for Miramar. Short break. When we come back, we'll head straight into Miramar game two.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
face you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Well, we've made it back after an extended delay while we were sorting out some technical stuff in the background, but very much good to go for game 2 of Miramar. Feels like a lifetime, Jordan, since we finished off the opening game, but nothing will take away the chicken dinner from Roy Esports.
You know what, Zenos? I'm just most disappointed that you don't know how to run a broadcast yourself, because, you know, you need to get some guy to come over to your house to fix your microphone. It's just unbelievable in the middle of a show. Bit unprofessional is all I'll say, but luckily we're back on track and we can hear Xenox again. Anyway, into Miramar, off we go for game number 2, and yeah, hopefully all those tech sort of issues are cleaned up as we can, you know, potentially jump through some of these games a little bit quicker. I know you guys in the chat would like that to be the case, but we've got some game ready for you to watch here as we have a look at that playing path, as we again get a fairly straightforward one, nothing really of note necessarily. Pretty much everyone going to be happy with the start of this game, and AGAL is actually AGG. We have clarified that as well. We were maybe not 100% certain that they had maintained their position with AGG, All Gamers Global, but you can see the updated logo there, and of course it is that same team. So kicking things off into game number 2. Do we have an updated scoreboard yet? I don't know if you've been checking in on that one, Xenox, but quick refresh on my end says no. Maybe we can check Qualifier as well. How about that? I'll have a look.
I was going to say, usually the delay is the main factor, but I think we ate up all the delay in the break anyway. But yeah, I mean, look, honestly, great start for Roy Esports to get the win the way that they did. They had to push a compound. They had to win, you know, critical fights, and it's never easy pushing down that hill, even if they only had 2 sets of duos to kind of deal with. It's still not an easy task. TDT is definitely going to be one to watch. I mean, they're a fracking power team, but they ended up losing too many players early on in that last game, kind of mixing it up on the roads with X-Men. Typically, even though it's only an 18-game tournament, it probably takes a good couple of games to really get a good feel as to where the lobby stands, the way teams are performing, who's looting where, rotate past. That's why I always kind of look at the beauty of PUBG as we go east out again. That's not going to go far enough to the islands, so it'll be a pretty similar circle to game 1. The first night's really the feel-out night, and then the second night's really where you want to put yourself in the best position possible going into night 3. A lot of the times, how often do you really see teams go on a mega run in the last night? Very, very rarely. A lot of the times, once you get into those final 6 games, night 3, it's the teams at the top that are, going to be grappling for the remaining positions. And so you very rarely see that massive rocket leapfrog from like a 13th or something to then qualify. It just doesn't really happen. So first night's to feel out, get a good understanding of the lobby. Second night is where you really want to play your best PUBG. So, games 1, it's like for TDT, you don't take too much away from it. You can't really get a good grasp as to where they're at in this lobby because of the fight that they had. But for Roy, you want to bank the points as early as possible. If you're winning early while everyone's kind of figuring things out, it sets you up nicely. But it also means there are a lot of cases, and you can only look far as back as like Korea. There were a couple of teams that started super well, and then just kind of slowly fell away. Like Eagle Owls, for example, Jordan, their first night was great, and then night 2 was a bit average, and then night 3 was a bit average. So you can start well and sometimes fall away. It's just a mix of PUBG. When you've got 16 teams, in the lobby throughout the 18 games, you're going to end up having some deviations. Some teams will start well and then finish poorly. Some teams will start poorly then finish well. So consistency will always be the number one single best skill a team can bring to the table in PUBG. Minimizing RNG, maximizing consistency. You don't have to always be the most flashy team, and we've seen that before in APAC. Even like a Buram back in the day, in their glory days, probably wasn't the most flashy team, but they were just ultra consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, that is what PUBG is all about, is that level of consistency. You can be that team that pops off here and there, but typically that's not a particularly good way of doing it when we're talking about, in a sense, a bit of an RNG-based game, trying to negotiate that. And if you can do that on a consistent basis just to keep yourself in the conversation, that ends up being, a lot of the time, a bit more of an impactful force. This zone shift, again, it's going to be a bit of a wonky one for a lot of teams with some degree of water involved. So we might see another pretty antsy early game, I'll say. Armory Gaming was one of those teams we didn't really get to talk about too much in that last game. They went down reasonably early on in the piece. ISG here, the Samurai Gaming squad, guys from Japan. Also didn't really get to have a whole lot of camera time in that previous game, but like you mentioned in the pre-show, it's actually quite nice to see a Japanese team kind of popping up here and there. They used to always be a reasonable competitor around the traps, but there was a point at which Japan kind of got folded back in with Asia Pacific as opposed to sort of the Koreas and the Chinas of the world, which was, I think, probably a good decision just based on the size of those respective regions. And obviously with that...
And skill level as well, probably, too, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit unfair for Japan to be going up against such high-quality opponents. I think what we have back in the days was like your Sun Sisters, for example, usually with a kind of top team coming out of Japan. There would always be maybe one, sometimes two. So it's good to see that tradition alive with ISG. They were not that bad in the rest of APAC qualifiers when I was following. They did okay, but they weren't, dare I say, I probably wasn't expecting them to make it this far. So if there's more in the tank and they can continue to improve as this finals goes on, maybe they could do something very special and have an incredible run. But I definitely didn't feel as if in the ROA qualifiers that they were going to be a contending team from that region here at this point. I was looking at more of your Kiwa, Kiwa and Roy, Zanshin probably were the three that I would have been looking at to maybe make a splash here. And so far, Roy's been able to do that. I'd like to see Zanshin, do well because they were so consistently good in the RRA. The other thing is to note as well, there's so many teams in this lobby that haven't actually played for a bit in terms of the officials, because they won their respective local-based region qualifiers, so Vietnam, Thailand, ROA. And so, you know, you look at those teams that finished at the top and got to go and kind of skip through to the finals, which that in itself is a good thing, but it also means you're not quite as battle ready. You haven't been grinding through, you know, your round ones and your round twos to then get to here, which again, that in itself is not really a bad thing, but something to consider that for maybe some of those teams, it might take a couple of games to really kind of kick into gear, understand the lobby. You're playing against different opponents, especially those from ROA. Now you're going straight into the finals. You didn't go through that grueling process of round one, round two APAC quals. You've kind of skipped straight here, and suddenly the skill level of the lobby has now increased dramatically. So you need to be ready for that.
Yeah, some teams make the cut, some teams don't. That is for sure. In terms of the rotations happening here in phase one, nothing really of note so far. We do have E-Arena and Sharper Esports maybe running into each other down in Porto Para ESO. Doesn't really look like it's come to a head. I haven't obviously seen anything pop up in the kill feed just yet, but just in terms of minimap proximity, they're the teams that are the closest to one another. Interesting to note as well, by the way, that Lyrix is in a boat right now, and he is... Oh, Lyrix +1. Not sure who's with him. Two people in a boat have actually gone over to one of the islands out in the water here for E-Arena. I'm not sure that they're going to actually stay there. I don't know that they're really reading into the possibility of this being a shift out onto those islands out west, but maybe just trying to do a bit of scouting, have a little bit of a look and see what the coastline looks like deeper into the zone here while Nurans gets his head banged off. And Jacob seems down in the thick of things right here. I wonder if they are aware of where Jacob is here, Sharper, or if they're actually trying to hunt down Nurans. There's a res happening. Well, there's about to be a res happening, but maybe there's not if Jacob has anything to say about it. And that would be my answer, I'd imagine, that they did not know that Jacob was there. So he's actually just going to pop off. Oh, he gets sat, bro. He got sat. But this actually opens the door back up for Zizzy, and this all of a sudden turns into a very real possibility for a potential 2v4 from E-Arena.
It might just come down a little bit now. Although Zizzy does spot. It's pushing up. Nurans does get knocked down, so a good answer back, and Zizzy's stuck at the tree. A really good overhead to kind of highlight for Zizzy. Needs to start using these smokes, and Lyrix is out in the boat and now completely by himself and turns the boat back around and says, well, clearly I'm not going to get there. At this point now, his best hope is that this phase 2 circle pop actually does go towards the islands. Very, very unlikely with this kind of circle though, Jordan. I'm not anticipating
that
it
hasn't happened. I can already just tell you from the minimap shift that I saw there, it just definitely has not happened. It's gone straight up north.
Yeah, northwestern pool, away from all of the water. So phase 2 now, no water in play. Now the east, the absolute western side, and a good little split here around Minas Generalis, completely open. So Armory Gaming, they're gonna have to pull back this split because a lot of teams are gonna probably want to rotate around that vicinity, and they do. They move the two. They actually go for a 3-1 split. Shank's playing the main compound, and on that south side, All Gamers Global coming in through Minas Generalis can actually get a pretty decent position. It's that east and southeast. That's where there's a bit more of that congestion, just because of the way that teams did set up phase 1, and then a huge shift. And this can cause these Miramar games to then see the occasional kills, especially rotates. You might see some collisions. Hence what we saw game 1, fighting on the road, TDT and X-Men. May not happen here necessarily, but it certainly can with a circle pop like that. A shift like that can certainly cause some fights to happen. And we've got a little one here, a little scrap with Alter Ego and FW. Actually also knocked down by Destroy.
Yeah, it's starting to get rolling, slowly but surely. Looks like Alter Ego are just going to back away from that engagement against FW Esports. They recognize that they're actually in a pretty reasonable position if this zone continues to center up to go deep in this game, even though they've only got 3 players alive. Touching back in on Lyrix, he's gone for a boat rotation about as far north as he could possibly go. So he's still trying to scramble in and make something happen here for E-Arena. Meanwhile, FW Esports just going to set themselves up on this compound, on this ridge. Again, fairly stable position for them. Not a whole lot happening necessarily towards the center of the zone, but it's these rotations I think that are a little bit more interesting. We've got Zanshin here on their rotate. They're actually very, very close to where Lyrics is, who I did just mention. And they're going to go for a northern entry into the zone, which doesn't look like a bad shout, actually, considering the circumstances. El Azahar completely empty at this point in time. Cerberus out to the western side of El Azahar, but Zanshin should be able to actually get in pretty comfortably from this position. And that'll set them up for a decent bit of success if the zone continues to pull northward.
It's settled quite nicely, actually. I mean, I thought I was going to get a little bit more action here on that phase 2 pop, but I mean, I guess it's still a circle that's got, you know, all land and terrain that's playable, you know, inside of this kind of circle. So naturally, not too surprised, but very well separated lobby right now. So it's all about scouting again. Miramar is key for information finding, scouting, playing high ground positions, keeping vehicles up, don't lose tires, meds, supplies. So important on this map as Kiss gets eliminated by Duckbite. A couple of little deaths here and there. Nothing too crazy, though, in terms of full team v team pop-offs. Besides maybe Alter Ego and FW, they did come to a little bit of a scrap just east of Truck Stop. What is the circle pop from here? I mean, dead center to the sort of west side of Truck Stop is very much open, but it's just all terrain. It's just all out in the open. A Panzerfaust from Jedi gets rid of Muck from ISG. It does center up in that position as I was just talking. So a lot of teams not in this phase 3 pop. But the dead center of it is vacant, but it's almost like a mini Death Valley. There's kind of two mountainous terrains on the north side and south side of that little kind of ridge down the middle. It's almost like an off-road in towards Truck Stop. You don't really want to be down there. But if you can get to some of the higher terrain areas where TDT are kind of going to, led by Huang, I mean, that ends up being a really good spot. Expecting a lot of fighting, though, with a circle like this. This is going to be far more fight heavy over the next couple of minutes, and we're going to see a lot of this lobby get eliminated because there's just not a lot of room, not a lot of cover, not a lot of main compounds. You're going to be looking for shacks, you're going to be looking for dips, bowls, play the terrain. If you can get buildings, that's great, but even these whites over here, you know, these are barely in. This whole compound section of Truck Stop is not going to be in for much longer, and I don't imagine once we lose Truck Stop and Minas Generalis, teams are going to find much safety. So keeping your smokes as well becomes super viable late game. You cannot use them now phase 3. You need to make sure you're keeping them stacked up for the late game.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we actually haven't seen it popping off just yet. There was a few teams that were kind of like rotating next to each other, past each other. I mean, even here you can see FW Esports sort of going almost right past TDT, but that is the nature of the beast when it does come to Miramar, that you are offered a little bit more respite by the Defilades and the Rolling Hills, but there we go. FW Esports are going to lose 6 stacks. Can actually down on the floor here for FW as well, and he'll be finished off too by Van Nuys. So TDT picked up a nice couple of points to start this game off as well. They were early in the conversation in the previous matchup too. Not necessarily a fantastic start for TDT in that last game, but at least keeping that scoreboard ticking over here.
And Connie knocked as well. Not ideal for ISG. I think that's going to be their second play if he doesn't get picked back up. FW has been just scrapping since the beginning of this game. No real control on this lobby, no real control on this match. This is better for TDT though. I mean, really good push earlier on the phase 3 pop. Got into a great spot, good high ground, good control. You keep your vehicles. You're not really going to have to worry about teams above you. Kind of difficult to also drive up that terrain pushing into them. You're going to be coming up slow, so it's very easy for them to deal with that. You can see Cerberus, how split they are out in that open. So they're playing the valley that I mentioned, Jordan. And you can see from that overhead, it's not really a good position to be in. You're so split, not a lot of cover, using your smokes early. So I'll be curious to see if Cerberus can make a good game of this. Because, I mean, even grouping up and trying to push something, I don't know how you could feasibly push up to like a TDT from that position and do so successfully. So phase 4 pop coming up. And okay, well, again, love PUBG because it just changes everything. TDT go from one of the best spots, if not the best spot, and Phase 4 just says, we don't care, you got to move. And for Cerberus, it's a little bit of a reprieve because it gives them the one and only option now, which is to kind of stay put a little bit and take the fights and back yourselves in. Yeah, hold the fort down. But it also means for TDT, where do you even go from here? And Truck Stop and Minas General is both out already here for Phase 4. So teams are going to start to scramble.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be easy for Cerberus, though. Like, there's so many teams that have to come down from the north. TDT on the move there as well. Sharper are actually in one of the better positions, I would say, on the quieter side of the zone. They've already kind of carved out their little spot of solace.
Well, Roy's in the best position. They could go back-to-back here. They got their only compound.
Yeah, that's true. Unless someone decides to go for a crash. I mean, there's not too many options for a lot of these teams that are set up at Truck Stop still. So maybe coming in late, someone's going to have to make a desperate move. And that is where you do start to run into trouble where, look, typically you're expected to hold off those kind of attempts. But does that necessarily mean you're going to do it without losing a player? Maybe not. And that can significantly hamper your chances of going deep in this game. So far, though, as you say, it does look like Roy are pretty chill. No one really looking in their direction necessarily, more than happy to just try and set up around them. Armory, I don't know where Armory goes at this point because they've picked up the position that TDT had, but they don't have the luxury of what TDT at least were given, in that TDT was sitting there for a good 3 to 4 minutes prior, scouting, looking where they were going to go next, moving in early. So AG have that position, and you'd think, well, TDT was able to rotate in, so should AG, but there's not really anywhere else necessarily for them to go, so they kind of just stalled up for the moment, waiting to see if there's going to be an opportunity to push in somewhere. And that's not to even start talking about the likes of 4 Crazy Rabbits right here, who are kind of stuck in this fight at Truck Stop against Zanshin. E-Arena, by the way, again, down to 1, sitting out in the blue is Lyrics.
Well, Escalusia can't live this. You can't imagine, at least not for very long. At best now, you get some help from elsewhere. Over the top, teams rotating in, playing these ridges, looking down, but in the end, yeah, he was always just dead to rights. Yeah, not a great start for Forest. That's a rough way to go out, but they're not going to be the only team to kind of fall in a very similar fashion where you're stuck out in these little open terrain ditches and you got teams playing the ridges in superior high ground positions. But Roy's definitely going to be the one to watch late game. They absolutely make top 8 from here. And I don't think teams will crash them because the north side of that compound is road. So you're going to be out in the open for quite a while to then send it into that compound. You got to watch it from the south side. But X-Men have got a 2-2 split. 2 players still sweeping the edge. They're not in a position to go for a crash. All game is probably the only threat right now for Roy, as ISG are going to get wiped out. They were down a player. Rinax got panzered. Never a good feeling. 3 kills for Team Flash. Xavier spotted at the ridge by Long X, and that circle shift. Well, the intriguing thing about this is it's now kind of 50-50 here for Roy. Does it go north? Does it go south? If it centers up, not too bad. That road will probably be their friend if it does eventuate. They're coming out of the compound. You're in a better position. But you can see Cerberus, as you said before, hold down the fort. What fort? There's nothing here. You just got to hold down your positions, and essentially they're playing 4 solos. You can't really help each other. You can't get trades. You can't get crossfires. You're essentially just trying to live yourself. So you're no longer playing as a team. You're essentially 4 solos, 2 now downs. Oh, great headshot. Oh, UNQ. What a shot. Minvo just absolutely sat down in the blue. And the second, lovely little double from UNQ for Armory Gaming. They got 5 kills. They wipe out the 4 Crazy Rabbits. Continues to peek over as Sharper now starting to feel the effects of the congestion over towards the eastern side of the map. Roy still sitting. All gamers global to their western side, starting to push up into the zone. And this circle phase 5 pop, though, a little reprieve for TDT. They didn't have to move too far on the previous phase 4 pop, but now it comes back to them anyways. Biruram and Armory Ultra Ego toe-to-toe. Exquisite's going to get maybe this kill, although I think Eddie's going to get behind the tree. 4 kills for Sharper. They had themselves, of course, the second place 7-kill performance in the opening map. But at least following on that and looking likely to maybe get into the top 8 with Alter Ego gone down to 9 teams at the 21-minute mark. 9 teams, 32 alive. An absolute bloodbath. Make that now 8 teams alive as Cerberus eventually go down and don't really gain much from this. 9 kills now for Armory Gaming. They have absolutely dominated the northern part of this circle.
Yeah, but now they're kind of stuck in that same position that Cerberus were, and that may end up coming back to bite them. Either way, happy with the game so far. They're going to start to push their way in the direction of Buriram, who, again, are down to 3. We can see them having also been in quite a number of conversations. 6 kills for Buriram. Down in this low ground, though. And if AG decide to come up over that hill above them, that could be trouble. Labored spray from Hungvo Ditch. He'll be sat down by Exquisite. Team Flash with 5 kills on the board as well. So lots of numbers being put up by those teams that are fighting on the edge, as you'd expect to. That is very standard for PUBG. If we were to swap over to the likes of Roy or maybe TDT, we probably wouldn't see as big a numbers. But I think it's a pertinent point as well that you do mention Roy there, because we are kind of waiting to see where that 50-50 is going to end up going. But I think the end of the day is, regardless of where it does go, they're going to be set up for a better chance at finishing this game off than a lot of other teams, because they're going to be healthier. They haven't had to burn through all of their utilities. So even if it goes north away from them, they are still going to be quite a powerhouse in this lobby, just by virtue of being given a bit more of an easier mid-game.
Phase 6. Okay, not awful for Roy, but amazing for TDT. They get the circle pop. It goes a bit more to the north side of the circle. Now, a bit of that compound still in for Roy, but you're now thinking late game, pushing out, can eventually, with the links, gets the kill. So, look, big game from AG. You're going to sometimes have those sort of matches where you get, you know, a high variety of kills, but you don't quite get the placement points to maybe go alongside it. But it's still a very good point total from the match, and always a good sign if you can kind of get games where you're fragging well. Yes, you don't want to probably be one of those teams that, you know, we kind of get to the end of a tournament, we kind of look at and think, well, they got a lot of kills, but they didn't get the placement points. So you do need to do both ends if you're going to be making top 4. But it's a good sign early on that you can win fights comfortably in a lobby as stacked as this. You can see just how open this circle actually is. Half the remaining lobby is almost outside of the circle, although all gamers now making their way in. Roy will hold the compound as long as possible. I don't think they've gotten a lot of kills from this game because of it. Yeah, just the one, which is, you know, pretty normal. It's a compound that, clearly, as we can see from Tede's perspective, you have to push out to get the kills. And if you push out, you're also likely to then get knocked. So I don't blame them for playing this way. But now that you got top 7, only the 1 killed, now you got to go and get a little bit more from this game. You can still win it, though. And that's probably the ultimate goal here now for Roy. As Team Flash is on the move. Make their way over to the other side of the road, and you definitely at this point statistically want to be on that north side of the road. So that's something Roy's going to have to think about here now, is getting out of this position, and how do they do it and where do they go?
I reckon they're just going to try and keep it pretty low profile, see if they can ensure that they keep their backs clear. Savage men are starting to come in from the south, and I'm not sure that Roy have got the info on that yet. They do have players kind of holding that backside of the compound, but yeah, I mean, they're going to have to sort of scramble Tede and Jexi back across. Tede and Jexi were more focused in on the road, but this is a much more important fight for Roy now as they start to come together to try to shut it down. Lunlun has cleaned up too, and Savage Men do get eliminated, but this is really bad news for Roy as all gamers have heard the commotion over there. They've seen those knocks and they've thought, this is our opportunity to now take full control of the southern side of the road.
Well, they started it. They actually started it because they were actually shooting at X-Men who were coming in. They got some of those initial knocks, and that actually helped out Roy. And then Roy decided to just send it out.
Run it down.
I don't know what Setsuna and Ed King were doing, but they absolutely just threw. Absolutely threw. I don't know why you would ever just run around that fence like that with zero intel, and you just saw the team that was crushing you getting shot from that position. Just a total throw. And they will be able to get at least a revive onto Setsuna, so back up to 3. The other part of it, as you said, with like all gamers, it was only Himas that was really close. The other 3 were super far back, so they were never really in a proper position to breach that compound. Big knock coming out from Tede.
Oh, another headshot, but there's one back in response too. So now Tede going to have to get picked back up, and Zone has well and truly shifted away from Roy. They can't keep suffering these kinds of losses. Jexi on the floor now as well. I think this is going to be the end of Roy. Setsuna is the last one standing. He's obviously a little bit worse for wear after having only just gotten picked up, and all gamers are really just heading in there to finish off Roy. So probably not much of a conversation to be had on that side of the road. Over here on the northern side is where things get a little bit more interesting, as Buriram are up on that high ground as a trio, but they're certainly causing some problems for Flash. Hungvo Ditch is going to go down onto the floor. So we're back now to a 3-on-3. Can looking to try to clean that one up. Maybe he's going to find a timing onto Kisama. Man, this is just not a good place to be at all for Team Flash. You know, you don't have any agency in this discussion or this fight at all. They can't choose when the fight happens. They just have to respond to the peaks that are coming through. Roy eliminated, by the way, off screen. Not really much of a surprise there. Into the top 4 now, but I'd say all gamers have actually set themselves up for a pretty reasonable chance at this game. They've got 4 players alive. They're on the quieter side of the road. It doesn't have as much zone control there, but they can at least play there for the moment and just see what kind of damage they can do while the rest of these teams are going at one another and not even focusing on them at all. Buram will be cleaning up Team Flash. There's no doubt about that. Flash with a desperate play just to try to make anything happen. Could not get it done. And down to just a 1.
Well, they were getting a shot in the back. So if you stay, you die to all gamers. You push up, you die to Buram. What do you really do? As you said, down to 1. Binek is by himself, and Hayasaki is already crossed, by the way. He's at the crate. You can see here on the overhead. So they've already got 1 over the road. TDT, by the way, this whole time have done nothing. Now, they've been a 3-man. They're controlling space, which is really what you want to do with a circle pop when it hits onto you, but they're also not getting involved with these kills, hence why all gamers have got 8, 12 for Buram. They've cleaned up the south and the eastern parts of these circles, but the western side has been just pretty much TDT sitting by themselves. Hayasaki cannot win with the P90 up close. Riz just a little bit better. Himas does get the trade, and eventually they take out the duo. So Buram do get wiped out in the end. A strong game, though, from their perspective. Top 3, 12 kills. Now down to a 3 versus 3. TDT know exactly where all gamers are, but they might not be as clued on as to Destroy's position. He could be the thorn in the side of TDT. He could play anchor. He can kind of watch from the south side of the road. It is still in here, even for phase 8. So he might be the ace up the sleeve here for all gamers. But it does mean for Tycon and Himas, they are just a duo. So if they push up too quickly and push over the ridge, and TDT have got all 3 players focused on their position, that could be a win then for TDT. Either way, 4 kills, top 2, you take that, but I think they could have got more kills from this game. 10 though for all gamers, they've been great.
Yeah, I mean, that 1 extra kill onto AGG may be quite prevalent or important going into this 3-on-3. I mean, it's a different story if it's a 3-on-4, but TDT certainly have the better zone control at the moment. You can see them just kind of holding onto the center position with Jun right here. You got Van Nye and Zayu holding onto the extremities, but it is AG that's going to have to push in. So outside of a couple of really sharp shots here from all gamers, this should be TDT's game to lose.
He's got to be a little bit careful because he could get peeked on. He's trying to be the aggressor. Now, Zayu is probably aware of his position, the way he's playing with these flashes, and they're landing right on top of Destroy's head. It could also just be preemptive flashes in the event that one is pushing up. And look at that high ground now for Zayu. 1 frag grenade for Destroy, and this fully does give away his position. This is going to miss. That is a very low impact nade. You don't know where you're throwing it. You're throwing it over a hill, so you could also be throwing it right over the player.
Yep.
It did end up getting some damage, and Himas now joins up with Destroy. They're going to play the south side of this, so they'll give high ground over to TDT rather than playing into it. They don't have the options. They do have the option. They could have easily pushed high ground. The problem is Zayu's just by himself. Jun and Van Nye are playing the wraps, and look at that. That's why you probably want to contend on the high ground. It's one little quick peek over, double kill, knock, and this game is down to Destroy in a 1v2. Van Nye is healing up. Destroy will get off of his first 8 kit as well. Headshot angle. Jun presents. Why are you peeking in a 1v1? Wait for your teammate to heal. Push together. Like, it's basic FPS shooter. And then Jun even puts... Why is he even crawling out from the rock? I mean, I hope Destroy wins this now, and he does. That is... No, he didn't. He didn't. Oh, God. That is so poorly played. They don't deserve to win that. I don't know why you would ever peek 1v1 when you're in a 2v1 scenario. Your teammate's healing behind you. Just wait. Just wait. Like 5 seconds, and you win that comfortably. They win it anyway, though, Jordan. But mainly because Destroy was prone down a hill.
No, No agency
a strange finish to that game. I still feel like that could have been a fight for the high ground and not have to worry about that peak over the ridge. And even though they got that initial knock on Azayu and they got the kill, it took what, all of 5 seconds for that quick peek over, bang bang, double kill. It's just that easy. I mean, look, really good game from both teams, and all gamers, their victory over Roy through the compound really cleaned up the south side. Obviously for TDT, it goes all the way back phase 2 or phase 3 pot when they pushed into that position. It wasn't an easy decision to make, so they got rewarded for early aggression on their rotate.
Are you sure you don't want to go back to Korea at this point, Xenox?
No, honestly, I love the aggression that we see from APAC.
You didn't sound like you liked it.
It's almost though sometimes too much. It's that fine line. If we were in Korea, you don't see the player solo peak there. He waits for his teammate, a little bit more disciplined, but sure. APAC's always fun to watch because of it. Short break. On the other side, we'll head to Tago.
two, one, go. go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready?
Well, as is always the case in APAC, you get those crazy finishes, and certainly that was one of them to close out Miramar for tonight. Jordan, TDT will take out game 2 in the end, though, through no lack of trying. I thought that all gamers had a very good showing. In fact, so much so they picked up 16 points in that game despite finishing second, and despite finishing even further down in terms of placement points, it's Buram that walked away with the majority of the points from that with their 13 kills. So 5 teams picking up double-digit points here for match 2 in the end of Miramar. Team Flash, Armory Gaming joining those top 3 with double digits.
Yeah, very reminiscent game of the old Buram United that we used to be familiar with. You know, when they were dominating in the PCS era. Very much that sort of edge-based, very heavy fighting style that we used to see from that team. And yeah, spiritual successor, I suppose, here in this case, getting the 18 kills. 18 points, sorry, with 13 kills out of that game. Yeah, a few teams though missing out so far today. Probably worth mentioning E-Arena. A couple of bad games to start things off. IPS, not too great for them either so far. So it's hard to really get an overall picture because we don't have the updated standings just yet. But
it's
I'm
also
noticing
2 games.
a bit of a trend. Yeah, I know. But like, if you're getting a bit of a trend out of 2 games already, and you've got teams that are on like 30, 40 points, and then a couple of teams that are maybe on 0 points, like already that's a pretty extreme discrepancy that I think is starting to become pretty relevant. And particularly when we're talking about a team like E-Arena, which has been such a storied roster and organization in this region, that's where I do start to get a little bit worried and say, okay, are they having like a Genji Day 2 kind of day here, E-Arena? Or is it going to turn around now that we move on to a different map? You know, we've got Tago here, we've got Rondo up next, obviously Erangel to close things out. Maybe they just didn't have a great time on Miramar. That happens. Let's see if they can change things as we head into game 3.
Yeah, and they're not the only ones, obviously, and probably why you're kind of talking about, you know, trends developing early. If you're going to have, let's say, the majority of the top teams playing well consistently, that really does make things even more tense in terms of the fact there's only 4 slots. And we know with these tournaments, they're over before they even really begin. It's a very, very quick weekend of PUBG. You don't get long to go through troubles and go through issues and then expect that to, you know, suddenly turn around really, really quickly. You've got to have a good base platform to build off throughout a given weekend. And look, it's not as if it's impossible. If you have a bad opening night that you can't turn around the next 2 nights, you know, you finish up, you wake up tomorrow, you kind of do a little bit of VOD reviewing, think about what you can do differently. But it puts then a lot more pressure on yourself as a team, and because you're then emphasizing how much you need to gain in that night too. And then that adds in the mental aspects. You know, these guys are all incredibly skilled. There's not a lot separating the players individually in terms of skill level and aim and things like that. So the mental part of PUBG is so important. If you have a bad night one, there are some teams that implode, like just mentally implode and think, okay, well, you know, we can't do this now. Such a stacked lobby, top end heavy, you know, and so they inadvertently and maybe subconsciously don't then feel like they can actually do it. Some teams are better mental, have better mental and can actually then overcome a bad start and a slow start. As 4 Crazy Rabbits, a couple of early guns, trying to see if they can either pop some tires or get an early knock there onto X-Men. As you said, we don't have the full leaderboard, so it's really difficult to kind of get that grasp over the 2 games played, and you need more than obviously 1 game's information, but you can clearly see through the 2 games played a couple of teams that have started slow, but it then just puts the emphasis here. Tago, Rondo to come. Just don't worry about Erangel even yet. You got 2 tertiary maps to kind of look at, pick up some points, and you don't have to go and have a 20 gamer. It's match 3. So just try and build some consistency, try and just play some good PUBG first and foremost, because if you do that, the points will then come.
IPSG here. I'm not even going to attempt to say that name. I think I'd butcher it. Let's go with Samurai Gaming. Down in the southern part of the map. One of the teams that we talked about there on the little bit of a standings discussion just prior to this match that kind of need to get the ball rolling a little bit. A couple of, not 0 pointers necessarily, but maybe like 1 or 2 pointers at best. So with a zone shift like this one, again, it's not obviously a massive indication that this is going to be a good game for them, but it's certainly a better indication than were it to go up and center over Godok, for example. So you've got to be looking at this one and thinking, hopefully we can get some work done. We've got Alter Ego, quick on the rotate on the bicycle. You're a bit of a cyclist yourself, Xenox. You like to do some mountain biking and stuff like that?
Yeah, all the time. Head up over towards the Great Lakes and go down the mountains on my 6 cycle speed MX mountain bike.
Yeah. It's a good addition to PUBG, I reckon. And this will be, unfortunately, Lambao getting finished off, unless Leo's gun pokes around the corner for a second there, which I thought might be the case as he led to the left. But he is waiting so patiently for this, and there's just no way Lambao's going to be expecting it. So that's unfortunate. Happens. It's just not it, buddy.
ISG's name, I looked it up. It seems like it's a play on words regarding a Japanese anime, Yorohani Hohito.
Oh, you know all about them too.
But they've called it Popetto instead. So it's, I think, Yorohani Popetto Samurai.
I love the little accent twist you put on there. Sounds really authentic. It's like you actually know what you're talking about.
I don't think you can say a phrase like that with an Australian bogan accent. I don't think it's actually possible.
You definitely could try.
You're a Hani Popetto Samurai.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Well, remember when, do you actually, as an aside, do you actually remember when we first started casting PCS Asia Pacific? We had Buriram United, and I'm pretty sure we could not figure out how to say Buriram United. It was like Barairam and like Buriram and stuff like that. We were really struggling. Took a little while. So
I mean, I still don't even know if we're saying it correctly after all these years. There's a chance it's not actually called Buriram, but yeah, those
it's at least in the English vernacular now, as that's how you say that name.
It's locked in now. You don't really have a choice anymore. But
yeah,
you know, obviously, it's always good to still see organizations such as Buriram competing and doing well after all of these years, because it has really been such a classy organization in PUBG, and they've always had really good teams, and you know, kind of like the forerunners in terms of APAC, them, and you know, your Cerberuses as well, I think are up there in terms of household names when it comes to APAC PUBG for good reason. And you know, they're not the only organizations. Even Armory Gaming here, as they drive down is an organization that has been around since the very early days. I think they went to, well, the organization went to some of the first international events as well. So, you know, it's obviously you want to see new orgs come in, etc. But it's always good to still see, you know, the old orgs still around and kicking, because, you know, you kind of look through and there's certainly a lot that are missing now compared to the PCS days. You know, like All Gamers is a new organization. E-Arena may not be new, but they also weren't, you know, a top team back in the day. And then even like an FW Esports, I would class as a newer org in comparison to the OGs. Sharp has been around a long time as well, and but it's still good to see, you know, those organizations doing well. They're not just here for the sake of it. You know, they're not just here to kind of continue to hold a place. They've got really, really good teams. And, you know, that's just going to be the nature of a lobby such as this. It's so incredibly stacked as we have a bit of a southern circle here, Tago. Lots of space, not expecting a lot of kickoff in the first 10 to 12 minutes. pick up 4 Miramar, since we were talking about them, coming in just over fishing camp now. And if they go all the way dead center, there's a couple of crates waiting for them if they do go for the drop there. FW close by, Forest as well. As you can see the map, it is actually quite vacant right where those loot crates are. And the issue though with Tago, I find, is there's a lot of pickups, which means you don't have your vehicles, especially if you're going to be dropping dead center here. So what some teams back in Korea did, Jordan, if you recall, was they'd go right to the edge and then they'd go and pick up vehicles and then kind of come back in, but on the other side of the circle, on the side of the circle that would be less congested. Yeah, the far side. So I wonder if Buram may end up doing the same, or if they get kind of baited in by those crates.
Well, I'll keep an eye on it as they fly over the circle at the moment. I think another option for them would have been just to take this pickup, you know, another, 2 minutes later, or 2.5 minutes later, so that they were coming into the zone as the next one popped. And that gives you a pretty good indication as to probably where you want to ultimately end up for the long term. But it does seem as though they are going to be going with your strategy, your idea, or the Koreans' idea, I suppose, as it were.
Yeah, I'm just a watcher. Don't give me any credit. I just watched what the Koreans.
The mountain biking, anime watching, PUBG strategy building commentator extraordinaire from Asia Pacific. He is Xenox Cast. By the way, they even loved Xenox so much that they named a chair company after him, which is like fantastic. So shout out Xenox one time.
Yeah, they. I got in contact with them many years ago, Jordan, and they never got back to me. Well, they got back to me, and we were going to sync up and do something, and then I just got a Herman Miller, and I didn't really care.
Okay.
And so I just
glowing endorsement for your own product.
But I always do claim to fame that there's a chair named after me. But yeah, they did end up going on towards Hyang. Minute till phase 2.
Well, speaking of OG organizations, by the way, AG, All Gamers, is a pretty OG Chinese organization.
They are, just not, I guess, PUBG. Well, certainly not APAC PUBG.
No, but it's interesting that, you know, I don't know about you, but I often see these, like, international lineups for an organization that's typically associated with one specific region. Obviously, in this case, it's China with an Asia Pacific team. I think normally that doesn't work. Like, I don't often see it do super well, regardless of esport. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's normally a natural fit necessarily. But I was going to say, if you were going to pick up a team from this region as a Chinese organization, for example, that probably is not a bad shout of a team. You know, the core roster of the Cerberus that went on and did so many good things internationally. I think it's definitely a solid shout for All Gamers, actually. So I'm very intrigued to see how deep that team can go.
Yeah. You go all the way back to PCS 1. There's only 2 organizations that played PCS 1 that are still playing now, Cerberus and Buram. If you go to PCS 2, it's the same. If you go to PCS 3, you get 1 extra organization that's playing it tonight and playing in this lobby. It is Sharper, indeed.
Boom. Yes. The historian. I got one thing right. We'll take it.
Circle Pop phase 2, and it's going to be centering up. So yeah, Book Sensor is very much in there, but outside of Book Sensor, it's not a compound game. At least it's not shaping up to be that way. Tago doesn't need it to be, though. There's a pretty healthy amount of trees on Tago, so you can play the tree lines. It's also not really flat terrain, so even here you can see to to Miram's perspective, like that ridge along the road, you can play that right here as well for Riz, where he's kind of just driven over. You can kind of lose a lot of that elevation on the other side of it by playing it, but then you're pretty much in the open to the south side. So probably not really where you want to be, but some teams may end up being forced into locations such as that later on. So car forts become impactful, smokes become impactful. FW have got themselves a couple of loot crates as well, landing on their position just to the west of Books Ansar. Forrester in there, Flash is in there, and Burram pulling up to a pretty decent spot here. So you can see on that minimap all those loot crates there for FW Esports, as Ken's going to land the glider, and he brings it down safely.
Safely is, I mean, that safely is relative. You know, he got onto the
ground. It's been a rough year for aviation, right? So, like, I mean, he's done quite well.
True. Yeah, all right. All gamers just going to be setting themselves up towards the sort of center north of the zone. It's a bit more of a temporary position for them, I dare say. Doesn't look like it's going to be the kind of compound that's going to be super easy to hold on to. Yes, you've got some nice sight lines for teams that are crashing you, but they've also got lots of options to sort of hit multiple different directions into this compound, and someone's going to be looking in your direction at some point shortly here as well. As Buram are starting to find out, the zone is starting to get a little bit more congested. Another E pickup coming through here. You can just see that one on the minimap. You can hear it flying overhead. That's Cerberus with Zest taking the E pickup. Ooh, E-pod. Chillin'. So Cerberus don't spot E-pod.
Well, is it E-pod or is it dope? You know how players like to go with their backwards names.
Yeah, I feel like I did think about that.
You got to go with E-pod though. I think it actually sounds cooler than just dope.
Yeah,
yeah. Zest thought about it. He did end up taking that E pickup, so that just flies overhead with no one traversing on it. Could also be one Ben instead of Neb one. You know, like, it's always quite confusing.
One Ben.
This is actually quite interesting though for Four Crazy Rabbits, as they've got a 2-1 split, only down to 3 players. So how aggressive can you be? Well, they've kind of got Cerberus in between that 2-1 split right now, but Cerberus will keep moving. So they'll have a decision to make. Do you kind of backfill in behind them? Actually just started shooting at Sololzi in the fields. Don't be surprised if you see in the kill feed him going down. He's got reinforcements quickly coming back. 3 had driven off. Sololzi had stayed, and FCR are sending Minvo. You can see right at the top north there. So I think he either... Yeah, I don't know. There's the knock, though. Just saw it. As Buksan Sa is on the north side of this new circle pop. But Buram have got the center feed. And it's already a pretty well, you know, congested kind of circle. Lots of teams coming in towards that west. And Sololzi did end up dying to Minvo. So Cerberus is just going to have to leave that. They can't answer back. There's nothing they can do. They need to start moving to the next circle. FCR are out in the blue. You could probably blue camp them a little bit, but they can rotate elsewhere, and then you're wasting time. You're not getting good zone. Honestly, Cerberus are not probably going to get a good circle anyway. Now, circle position now anyway, because they're coming in quite late. As Shanks is going to give the glider a go.
Yeah, he's been flying around for a bit. Circle is starting to get pretty busy now though, so he's going to have to find his way to get onto the ground at some point soon. But it is giving some nice info over to all gamers. At this stage, they know that they're not in a particularly dire position. You know, it's not a super busy part of the zone at this stage.
Well, it's just getting information. It's just scouting. So he's obviously not looking to land or anything like that. They've got a good spot on the south side as Hoang has a chance. Good headshot, good double tap. Hoang and TDT will be able to wipe out Sharper Esports. They go to 3 kills off the back of that. They also alleviate a little bit of pressure on what is already a western side of the circle that's got a lot of teams not already in that vicinity, but also even further out towards the blue that'll make their way in late. June ends up overextending, getting eliminated by 6 sacks. He was a member of the original Sharper Esports roster that I mentioned, PCS3, Jordan, so more fun facts. Now kicking it with FW. So without June, now down to 3 for TDT. Gotta figure out what TDT stands for. Let me go and have a look.
Might not even be in English, mate. Oh, Shanks is dead. Is he? Oh, he's gonna be okay. I wondered if maybe some more shots are gonna come through there from Tede. But he'll be okay.
It's the Daredevil team. It is in English.
Oh, there you go. I didn't even know that. The Daredevil team. Kind of giving me the Expendables vibes. Well, it has slowed down a little bit. One good thing to note is E-Arena have got 4 players alive after the 15-minute mark, which is not something that I think we could have said for the last couple of games, or if it was, maybe very shortly after they went down to 2 or 1 player. So hopefully E-Arena can start to build their day up a little bit here in game number 3. FCR is trying to rotate their way past Team Flash. Don't look like they're going to have too many difficulties with that one. Now, ASG have once again lost another member early, so their woes this evening seem like they're going to continue. And if I was putting money on it, I'd be saying that ISG will be one of the teams towards the bottom end of the standings after 3 days. They have really struggled. They haven't looked like they've been super competitive in this lobby at all. Now, though, a bit more of a favorable zone shift for them, but it doesn't leave them a lot to play. I mean, there's going to be the fields out there on the eastern side of the zone that ISG could move into, but I'm not sure exactly that that will be some premium positioning for them.
Well, double knock for the Daredevils. Unfortunately, they're on the wrong side of that. It's another game they've been fighting early, so that's 3 in a row, Jordan, now. So that's already that trend kind of talk that you were speaking of before, and they've got to buck this trend a little bit. Yes, they've been able to do well match 2, getting themselves the win, but it's 3 games that we've kind of seen them get amongst it early, and 2 of those they've gone the wrong way. And it's not as if you can kind of count on winning all that often, especially if you're getting into a lot of these early fights. So it does make me just worry a little bit. It's certainly got the capabilities, as we saw in the previous game, to go get the win, make it late game. But that was the one game that they didn't actually fight as much early, I guess, as compared to match 1, now match 3. And they're losing a lot of these fights, and arguably should have even lost the previous fight in the game 2 game of Miramar in the 2v1. They just completely misplayed it.
Yeah, I've been seeing a little bit of that. Again, here in APAC, it's always fun. Zizzy getting into the kill feed there as Haisaki will go down. So E-Arena mentioned. Let's go. Start to rise up the standings a little bit, hopefully, off of a game like this one. Team Flash, pretty nicely set up. A couple of pop shots off. I mean, I find it interesting that Hungbo Ditch is out here in the fields on his own, just a bit of like an anchor player, making sure that no one can rotate in or sit in that kind of area. He's got a couple of cars to work with, should push come to shove, so nice setup.
Yeah, I haven't even seen Zansha 3 games now. That's a concern. They were so consistent in the ROA qualifiers, finishing in first very comfortably, and totally irrelevant to begin here in the finals for the APAC quals. So they're off to a horror start. I think just struggling to find a really good footing in this particular lobby where there's so much more aggression, and you almost go from being the aggressors to now just kind of being on the back foot and constantly not really having any kind of control on the lobby. Trick gets punished, overextended, he stayed there. Once those first couple of shots are not really connecting, best to fall back. You're kind of shooting, you're out in the open, players can get an angle on you, you're not standing still necessarily, but you are standing in the same location for an extended period of time. So even if you're kind of like, okay, well, I've got an angle on someone, I'm shooting, you got to think, it's been 5-10 seconds now, I haven't really moved. Someone may now get close enough to me to get the kill, and that's kind of what ends up happening. Edkin gets the flush. ISG again just obliterated. Dare I say, so far 3 matches in, it's turning out to be rather top heavy. It's the same teams again that are making this top 10.
Yeah, I think APAC has tended to often be a bit like that. You have a lot of teams, and as a result of that, there's often a few names that kind of pop up as new additions to any final lobby like this one, and they often don't cut the mustard, but you do have those sort of regular teams that just seem to soak up all of that experience and keep themselves head and shoulders above the rest, and for a good reason. Roy here may be one of them. 3 kills in this game, looking to try and lock down their position on the map, but there's a lot of teams rotating around them. Forest Naturals, not really a team that we've talked too much about, but have got 4 players here into the top 8. So that'll be a team that, maybe doesn't quite fit that narrative, Xenox, where if Forest Natural here can do anything of note, that's going to start to shake the lobby up a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an ugly circle. Look at that western side of teams that are all so compact together, struggling to get real good space and an ascendancy in the area. It's just going to be a bloodbath. You can't really then expect to probably go on, have a big game unless you can keep players alive. I like the fact that Armory Gaming have kind of just kept to themselves, control their area, get Opons to just kind of push up a little bit. What can he scout? What can he find? Out of Buksan Sa, which I probably anticipated more teams to elect to play in after the Phase 4 pop, but not really. Again, more out towards the west, so less coming out of Buksan Sa, which is great for Flash. They're very happy with that. Opons will break the door, just make sure that if anyone's inside of that shack, they're going to be a little bit more uncomfortable, more prone to nades and mollies. But Armory are playing this quite well. They only got the 1 kill, but again, sometimes you can only play to the game that's in front of you. You're controlling a good area of the map. It just happens to be the majority of the teams are out west, so that's where more of the fighting is going to be. You're not even really close enough or have an angle to third party or get long range knocks. Super aggressive here from FW. 6 sacks doesn't need to get that aggressive, and really well played by Dynasty, falling back, forcing himself back. You want FW to peek over that line so that if they do overextend, the rest of Buriram can help from a distance. If he's the one pushing, they can't really help. So Dynasty's played that really well, punishing FW for their over-aggression.
Yeah, but he also kind of notes that he's in a dangerous position here, as are pretty much everyone on Buriram. Similar to that Miramar game where we saw them down in the low ground. They don't have a lot of hard cover to play here. They're just going to try to lock down some positions and hold on that way to some degree of territory. Dynasty will be knocked by a grenade from Banana One. There are some cross shots coming through from Cannon Edie. Banana One also copping a little bit of damage as Kanaxi will get dropped by a grenade. You can see Buriram are fighting hard to survive. Really, I feel like that's what this is. They're just fighting to survive and hold on to this position. Tede now getting knocked down. It's a battle on multiple fronts right now for Buriram, who are just inside the center of the zone, and everybody's looking in their direction, trying to take that position away from them. They'd almost probably prefer to be out on the edge, just having to fight their way in here. Dynasty will be finished off, but Buriram have been putting in some damage. They've been putting in some numbers, so they'll probably not be winning this game. But once again, it'll be another high kill game, or relatively high kill game, from Buriram to keep that scoreboard ticking over.
That's what you want. If you're playing in a position like that and the way that the circle's shifting, if you have to get the kills, that's fine. You're just making the most of the situation that's presented. Flash now need to get on the move. And Forest Natural Gaming taking some shots at them as they come out. Again, all of this is great for Armory. I know they're not getting the kills from this game. As Baron with a sick kill on the passenger seat. Tries to shoot over the bonnet, breaks the tires just to relieve pressure from shots that can come under the UAZ. Now he has to very much sit still, as at least Scrappy able to provide some cover fire. Plays Sama, the one and only frag grenade. That one thrown over in towards the smoke. And it does land onto Baron. That's a great nade from Quaysama. And Scrappy and Kiss now need to try and make their way over for the revive. The UAZ has blown up, and Scrappy is peeking while the smoke has not fully bloomed. It's the basics, it's the small things. And 6 kills for Team Flash, could soon be 8, maybe 9 if they do get Kiss, who does eventually go down, but to the blue. 8 kills for Team Flash.
You'll take that. Buriram here on 5, looking for some more. Edie not going to be able to land any of those headshots though. So we'll have to let Flash go for the moment. Trying to keep his head down as much as possible. Buriram actually have quite a bit of space out on this eastern flank. If they go and continue to push toward the southern side, they're going to get in behind Roy. And it looks like Team Flash are not interested in overcommitting to the fight against Buriram. So both Team Flash and Buriram have carved out some space for themselves inside of this zone. And the only conversation point at the moment really is Roy and Armory. We do see some long-range shots going down onto Team Flash, and Kusama will be taken out as a result.
Biram and Roy, so far 3 games, 3 consistent games. 2 teams to now take note of moving forward. Armory Gaming, just the 2 kills, but 4 players up. Good position here to deny Roy, who I think are on the verge of getting pinched. Biram is sending 2 over in Edie and Riz. Now, it's only the 2. Cam will stay back, play anchor, make sure Flash can't backfill in their position. Riz gets knocked. That's the issue with the 2-1 split. You're not playing as 3 together. He then dies on the overpeak. Jaxi does get eliminated by Opons. This works out perfectly for Armory Gaming because Biram lose a player. Roy basically lose a player. Armory stay as 4. Armory and Flash probably the 2 teams in the best position now. Even if Flash are a duo, they're on that north side. They'll play together. And 4 Crazy Rabbits still with that duo inside of the shack. So it's the second shack send that we've seen be successful so far tonight. 1 back game 1 Miramar, now here on Tago. Opons does get knocked down. That one by the long range shot of Ed King for Roy. Setsuna though will fall. Shanks will get the double. 5 kills now for Armory into the top 3. Roy ended up getting 4th. As Flash got eliminated on the north side.
Bit of tapping coming through. I wonder if Biram again are going to find themselves in another bridesmaid position. Or close enough to bridesmaid position here. This is going to be a top 3 for them, but I don't really see the world where they go on to win. In saying that, FCR are also, I think, actually in a bit of a more awkward position than you'd think. They do have a center zone position, but Biram is looking in their direction. AG want to take that space. Look, Biram's probably up the creek without a paddle, but I don't see 4 Crazy Rabbits winning this game either. AG just have too much control with the numbers advantage that they have got at the moment. Edie is just in the next zone. Kando's got to move. Like, how do you actually grab a second place here as Biram? That's kind of the real thing that they're looking for. I mean, there's no way that you're going to be able to dislodge FCR from this far away. The zone has just pulled on top of them again, as it was always likely to do. So the only real option here for Biram is to take AG on heads up 4-on-2 and hope that they can somehow win that. And maybe hope that FCR is going to fire a couple of pot shots out of that hut that might, you know, knock one of the AG players and assist them. But I think that's the only way to get any more points out of this game for Biram is just a straight up fight with AG.
Yeah, and you don't deny here as well. In the off chance something happens, you know, you have no idea if an Armory Gaming can get close to the shack and being match 3 only. Can does get a knock onto Neb 1, and the blue zone nade will dissipate. That's the last smoke from Minvo. Heard the nade just quietly in the distance. Yeah, I think this is the right play. Push the shack, play off the smokes, kill the last 2 in the shack, and lose Can. Yeah, he couldn't quite make it. Needed to make that into the smoke.
Yeah.
And even if he had it still would have been a 1v1. It wasn't going to be a guarantee kill onto Minvo. Neb does go down to UNQ. Another kill for Armory Gaming. Edie as the last one alive, and there's not really much he can do. Benefit will go the way of the 4 Crazy Rabbits, and it's going to be a 9-kill win for Armory Gaming. Well, they played that southeastern part of the zone perfectly, Jordan. They kept to themselves, scouted well. We saw them use the glider at various points throughout this game. They're obviously not going to be the kind of team that walks away with, you know, all of the kills, but still to get 9 kills, the vast majority of those at the end of the game. And again, you always just got to play the zone that's in front of you, the situation that is in front of you. You got a good spot. It's not as if it was a center circle feed or anything. You kind of just played your edge position, pushed out, scouted well, able to maintain good position, understood the terrain around you, and just so happened to be one of those games where the vast majority of the fighting was elsewhere.
Yeah, pretty good game again from Biram. I think you look at that final zone and people might look at that and say, oh, why is he running out in the open? That's a little bit silly. But we sort of highlighted that that was the only way that they were going to realistically be able to get any more points out of that game. They got that nice knock on to Neb 1. It was ultimately stolen away, though, by Armory. So, decent effort, I thought, from Biram. No real complaints there. So, yeah, I mean, again, I keep kind of going back and thinking about teams that I haven't really been speaking much about tonight, and E-Arena just kind of keeps popping up in my head. They, again, didn't really have a fantastic game. necessarily
Zanshin.
there. So, yeah, Zanshin. But I don't know that we necessarily expected Zanshin to do as well. Maybe you did just from having watched them in the qualifier, but they're obviously a bit of a newer name to me. So there's a few names that I think we probably want to just keep our eyes peeled for in the latter half of today to hopefully step it up.
Yeah, I mean, Zanshin finished first, Roy finished second. So far, Roy has shown up in the finals, so there's no reason Zanshin could not. It's only 3 games done, though. Of course, plenty of PUBG still to go. 15 games, in fact, plenty of time for those teams, as we mentioned, that are struggling a little bit. We are going to go to a break. We come back. It's Rondo on the other side.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Well, it's early days, Jordan. 3 games in, but so far 3 teams that have stood out, I think, in those matches respectively. When you've got Ray Esports, Biram, Armory Gaming, all around that 30-point mark, and then there's a little drop already. Around 8 points, it's nothing really, and we're kind of just speaking with what we've seen so far. But Sharpo on 22, Team Flash 21, TDT 20, of course, they're all hanging around there, but clearly that top 3 right now have been the most consistent through 3 matches. So I guess emphasis on, can those 3 in particular kind of keep this pace? If they do, you would imagine, slowly but surely they'll pull away. Doesn't always work out that way. Teams sometimes start well and then fall back down the pack. There's a couple of teams, though, that have clearly not started that well. And I'm not talking about these middle of the pack teams. I'm talking about the teams from probably Savage Men Esports and below. 7 points for them and E-Arena. Cerberus, though, surprisingly on just the 5 points, considering the legacy of an organization such as that and the strength of a roster such as that. Zanshin, the number 1 team, and the rest of APAC quals, 5 points as well. And unfortunately for ISG, struggling to get off the mark, just a 1 point.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprises for me would be Savage Men, E-Arena, and Cerberus. I think all 3 of those teams you'd be expecting to have done a little bit better. You talk about obviously the tenure of an organization like Cerberus, but even the players that they've got on that roster, I know it's not a one-to-one in terms of the previous Cerberus that we used to know and love versus the current day Cerberus, but the players that are on that Cerberus roster right now are still very experienced hands, have been around quite a long time. So I think when we're talking about where the scoreboard is looking at the moment, I'm not sure that it feels to me as the same way that it did when we were casting Korea, where we kind of already knew that Gen G and T1, like from almost day dot, were sort of on another level. The way things are looking right now to me here in APAC is there's been a few teams that have done okay, but they haven't done well enough to like really just race away from the pack. Like you talked about that 30-point position. I don't think it's necessarily like a massive blowout just yet at this stage, right?
No, absolutely not.
Let's give it another few more games. Is anyone going to be able to double down, maybe win a couple of games tonight? That'll start to build a bit of a lead. But yeah, right now it feels like there's actually quite a bit of parity here in APAC, especially in comparison to what we saw in Korea. So looking forward to seeing how the likes of the E-Arena, the Cerberus, and the Savage Men, if they can turn it around and jump themselves back up into a little bit more of a middle or upper middle of the pack kind of position, which is where I would have more so expected them to finish.
Yeah, I think when we kind of talk about like leaderboard discussions so early in the tournament, it's not so much to insinuate that teams towards the bottom can't obviously overcome a 30-point deficit with 15 games to go. They certainly can, but it's more or less the teams that have started well, if they continue to do well, then that's hard to overcome. Now, fortunately for those lower end teams, it doesn't historically always play out that way. There's always 1 or 2 drop-offs that happen going into a day 2, for instance. Even Gen G, after a super night 1, dropped off dramatically on night 2. The consistency that you might have one night doesn't necessarily mean it's going to follow through into the next night. But with 3 games to go tonight, Rondo then followed by the 2 Erangel games, if you're a Cerberus, for instance, using them as an example, 5 points, you are in fact already 20, 25 points behind the qualifying spots. You cannot allow that to then grow. You don't want to be, say, 35, 40 points behind those qualifying spots with then just 2 nights to go, because then you're playing catch up. Playing catch up PUBG can be very difficult because you have to play more aggressive. You got to go for more plays. You can't just sit back. You have to maybe play out of your shell a little bit. So I'd say for Cerberus, it's not a matter of looking to overtake that point deficit. It's more so we've got to just start getting some points on the board, and then the rest can kind of fall into place.
Yeah, having a look at the kill leaderboard here as well. Rue is on 12 after 3 games, so sitting on an average of 4 per game. Not a bad chat from him. Top damage dealer as well. That's partly, I guess, why Buriram is having such a solid day at the office at the moment. It's been looking pretty good for them in that kill department. Like, they've gone about it in a little bit of a different way to Roy, who have been a little bit more of like that stable force in terms of their positioning. Their placements are doing a little bit more of a heavy lifting, whereas Buriram have been on the edge for a lot of these matches and kind of just begging for a bit of a favorable zone pool here and there. But they've certainly been fighting things out and making it work that way. The only team inside the top 3 that haven't got themselves a win so far. So give them that little bit of benefit of the doubt. Here is the top 5 kill leaderboard, but as we have a look further down, you can see that, you know, if you go over to PUBGesports.com, you can have a look at this yourself and dive into all of the stats and get a bit of a better idea as to where things are sitting at the moment in terms of the lobby. But it is early days, so a lot of this could definitely change up.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's 3 games played, right? Like, obviously, you got to talk about what's there already, but as you said, things are certainly going to change as well. Even going into the maps themselves, you might have some teams like a Cerberus that fundamentally might just do a little bit better on, say, an Erangel, and maybe could feel comfortable there. Back in the day, we used to have the splits, especially when there were more games played. Specifically on Erangel Miramar, you had some teams that just naturally performed better on Erangel and versus the other way around, where some teams performed a little bit better on Miramar. So when you've only had such a small sample size, there's certainly no jumping to conclusions here, and all it takes is Cerberus to go and have 3, you know, dominant games to close out the night, and suddenly, you know, there's nothing to worry about. But, you know, clearly off of the 3 games played and what we've seen so far, you know, that top 3 have been the most consistent through those 3 games. Everyone else in the middle has had 1 or 2, and then clearly towards the bottom end, it's, you know, kind of 3 donuts to kind of begin in terms of overall points gained. And I was, you know, I kind of said this in Korea, it probably doesn't apply as much here with 4 spots, but you do have a kind of sample size of games that you can have throughout an 18-game tournament in terms of can we afford to have how many bad games? So if you're playing in a 4 qual tournament, 18 games, I'd say, like, legitimately, this sounds maybe a little bit like crazy, but solid like 7, maybe even 8 games where you're getting 4 or 5 points and under is probably not the end of the world, and so much so that if the games that you do well in, you actually do like quite well and not just getting, you know, 5 or 6 points, yeah, you can easily still qualify. Korea was a little bit tough because you only had the 3 spots, so you could kind of, if you were to go and have a look back, even the teams that qualified, like Gen G, fundamentally had 6 bad games over the course of the entire tournament and still finished first, and comfortably first. So, you know, you can afford to have a couple of bad games. The problem is if you kind of get them out of the way early, like Cerberus, you go from, okay, we can have maybe 7 or so bad games. Well, now it's actually maybe only 4, maybe 5 more bad games throughout the entire tournament. Doesn't leave you a lot of room, and then just puts pressure on the team to perform.
Yeah, so we're in the game, as you would have noticed. Took a little bit longer to get that one underway. The information that we're getting is that there was an internet issue for 1 player. The coach not available to sub in. So 1 team is playing now with 3 players. At least as far as I've been told. I haven't seen which team that is yet. So that can be our fun little mini game for the rest of this match, is spot the team that's only got 3 players. But we're on to Rondo. To game number 4, and yeah, like you said, the updated leaderboard here does give us a bit of a better insight as to how things are going. So big name teams, obviously Roy, Buriram and Armory at the moment. Bit of a chase pack forming with Sharper, Team Flash, TDT, 4 Crazy Rabbits, AG, FW, probably all in and around that conversation.
It's X-Men. I want to say that's just a guess off of the map feed. I feel like I can only 3 X.
Savage Man,
yeah.
Yeah, that
Which would not be. which would not be ideal because they've started a little slow, haven't they? And now you go into a game as a 3-man on a map like Rondo. Not ideal. Opening phase 1 circle at least is kind of around the Yulin area, which is, you know, like there's a little bit of water to the south, but not really going to be super impactful. I would consider this a zone that's, you know, probably like that entire south area, kind of around where Sharper is, you probably don't really want to be. But you can play a little to the west of it and a little bit to the east of it. So it's almost like this pie where there's a little slice taken out of on the south end. So it's pretty much like a 90% playable circle. I wouldn't think too much of it, but it does kind of limit probably more of the southern aspect of this circle. And if phase 2 then goes south, that's when you'll have a bit of a scramble kind of game. But Zanshin's in a good spot. This is where I want to see something from Zanshin. So we've seen the top teams. Now I really want to focus on the teams towards the bottom and look for rebound matches. Who can, you know, kind of have a rebound in match 4? Because fundamentally, those top teams, as great as they've been through 3 games, statistically, it's not going to be as likely that you make it 4 in a row. So who's going to stand up now and make this their match from the teams towards the bottom? Might be a bit more difficult for an X-Men down to 3. I think I was right on that, by the way, because I still haven't seen the 4th player unless they've completely just dropped out somewhere else. But, you know, Zanshin's in a great spot this game, struggling a little bit. E-Arena, you know, probably not coming in awfully on the northeastern side. So, I mean, this has got to be your kind of game coming into Rondo where it's like what points you can get. And unfortunately for X-Men, you know, maybe not as much the case for them down to 3 players. But, you know, you hear me say it time and time again. It's a strange thing in PUBG. There's no other esport like it. It's not like you're going to go into attack shooter 5v5 and, oh, well, it's a 4v5. Someone can connect, play on. Like, you just don't see that happen. But in PUBG, it happens. And you can, we've both seen teams win as a 3-man, coming into a game as a 3-man. It is possible. You have to change your play style a little bit. You have to adapt on the fly. Can't be as aggressive. Play for the late game. 3-man up 20-25 minutes. It's fine. Most of the lobby's probably down to 3-men at that point. So you got to just kind of pick your fights. Try and go for good position early. Now, unfortunately for X-Men, 2 of their players are all the way up north, so they're going to be coming in quite late. Now, that's not you don't want that as a 3-man. You want center position early, even phase 1. You put more emphasis than usual, so you can then, if need be, rotate quicker, get to a better spot quicker, and hold. But if you're coming in late and you're playing the edge of the circle as a 3-man, where you're more likely to fight, teams are rotating, wrapping, pushing, clearing zone, you're probably not going to have a good time.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision that they actually made. They did send those 2 players up to Nanchuan early on in the piece. Here's a little bit of a bridge camp set up by Armory Gaming. They want to get themselves some more points on the board early. Clean shots in from Korkong. And that is not going to be a great start again for ISG, who have really been struggling. They're liable to lose another one here. They've just got to make sure that the focus fire goes in, and it doesn't really seem like that's going to end up being the case for Armory, who did have a little bit more of a setup, assuming that the team would drive straight through the town rather than over to the left there. So that was actually not badly negotiated for ISG, all things considered. They made the one correct decision that they could have in terms of where they had to sort of pivot off to be a little bit more safe. So they get away with 3, which is more than what you would often see in terms of a bridge camp situation.
I think that's usually, yeah, I agree with you. Best case scenario. I mean, the absolute best case scenario is, of course, all 4 get through, but any kind of bridge camp, you're very unlikely to get all 4 through unless it's like an awfully set up bridge camp or everyone just whiffs their shots all together. Maybe the distances are a little bit more, but 3 you take. And the hope is usually that if you get through with 3, you're also getting somewhere into, an actual solid position. It's a little glider action here for Alter Ego, who so far, thereabouts, 15 points through 3 games is fine. That kind of sets them up for a 30-point night. We spoke about in the pre-show, Jordan, now that we've had other regions, of course, qualify, and what are the point totals, teams should be expecting. I think, what did we settle on? Around that 120 mark for 4th. So if you're averaging 30 points a night, that only gets you to 90. So something to kind of keep in mind as to, kind of where you want to be, which realistically is averaging 40 points a night. That's kind of your goal. So that means if you average 30 tonight, you probably might need 50 tomorrow, and then that puts you in a good spot going into night 3. So those are the ways you got to kind of look at the way the points tallies, will naturally add up. Now it depends, because if there's a 1-2 runaway, they might soak up more points. It might not be 120, it might be 110. Hard to say until we get to night 3 and we've got more bodies of games to look at, and we can extrapolate the data halfway through night 2, all of those things. But I think, you definitely want to be aiming for 40 points a night.
Well, my gut feeling here would be that I don't really get the feeling that we're going to see a team completely run away with it. Just don't really feel like that has been the nature of this lobby so far. It's been quite a bit of parity. The teams are at the top, but not by a huge stretch necessarily. So that may change. I think if anyone, maybe Buriram with a little bit more like circle luck might be able to be the team to do it, just based on the form that they're in, with Rua's shooting really well right now. So we'll have to see. But I'd be looking at 120, 130 being a really good point to aim for, just to wrap that conversation up.
Oh, well, you could push this over. You bring the electric van back over, and boop.
Doesn't quite seem to have worked there.
That's all right. Go second go around.
No.
Oh, okay. One and done. He's like, I
bro.
tried. Get in the bus. I tried.
Tell you what though, those buses go pretty quick, man. Like,
Yeah, they do.
it zooms even off road. Like, tell me how a thing that looks like that can go that fast. Like, I understand that it's electric and electric fast, as far as I understand. Never driven an electric vehicle myself, but that's pretty quick for a thing that looks like I don't know, just some kind of like bus, like mini bus sort of. Shouldn't be able to go that fast.
Hang on. Nice catch onto Tede. Wonder if you had any idea, but maybe not. I think as a duo here for FCR, Tede probably just unintentionally walked into their little 2-man trap. Not so much even a trap, just more so their little bunker, I guess, to get some respite after going 2 players down. It's not ideal for Roy. They've been playing really, really well tonight, so to lose a player like that, it happens over the course of an 18-game tournament. Nothing Tede can really do. He had probably absolutely no idea that there were the 2 players here, and Minvo and Neb now probably sensing they might want some remonstration. We better get out of here. They're actually going to drive past Quaysama. Does Quaysama go for a spray? No. He is very much out in the open though. And Roy are certainly in the vicinity. Minvo going for a little drive-by, and we got a head-on collision. No one's watching the road, and Neb and Minvo have absolutely been obliterated by that electric vehicle. They didn't, you know what it is, Jordan? They didn't hear them coming.
Ah, there you go. I mean, it's possible. The cars actually in Rondo are a little bit quieter. But yeah, not what FCR wants there to kick things off here on Rondo.
Probably wasn't watching
for a while.
I wonder if the driver was alt-looking to the left.
Maybe
For a
might have been
split
looking at the
second.
map, something like that.
Yeah.
Just not 100% paying attention. That's why we don't text and drive, kids, because it can go so wrong so quickly. And for ISG, it has continued to go wrong as they've now lost Muck. FW Esports copping some shots on their way through here as well. They are trying to make that gauntlet run in between Cerberus members. So that's going to be okay for them. But once again, I see ISG in the kill feed, and they're down now to just 1 player alive, whoever that may be. I'm not sure.
Well, you mentioned you probably don't envision, say, a clear-cut runaway, but I'm kind of envisioning ISG might be the clear-cut sandbag.
In the wrong direction? Yeah.
Yeah. At least through now 4 games. They've just not even really been able to do anything. Right now, like, for ISG, sometimes you just got to play simple PUBG. Group up as 4, stay together, don't over-rotate, get into an early position. Even if you've got to play the edge, don't worry about going dead center. Clearly, you're losing players on rotates. Like, sometimes you just got to try and think a little bit harder about how do we stay alive. Don't worry about getting kills, just stay alive, put ourselves in good positions, and by doing that you get yourself a higher chance to actually not only survive but then also get the kills off of that. They're just dying so early, dying on rotates, never in good positions, never fighting, never as 4. Nothing's working through the first 4 matches, And that's what I want to see here from Zanshin, because what Zanshin did really, really well in the RAA qualifiers, they kept 4 players alive, they controlled space, they played center, and played center quite a lot in their matches, and that's what they've got here. Phase 2, early days Rondo, but they've even got a little bit of a split action, so they're trying as best as they can. Clearly, it's been a rough go of things through the first 3 matches, but don't move away from the fundamentals that have worked for you previously. This is the opportunity to instill confidence in those fundamentals. We've got center position, we can split a little bit, take a bit of space, back ourselves in for a late game center zone.
Yep, they've got themselves a nice setup. Cerberus pretty close by, but I don't imagine that Cerberus are going to try to push the issue here onto any of those Zanshin players who are just keeping their heads down for the moment, waiting for the circle to get a little bit busier. It is a little thinned out, though. I mean, 53 players only after 13 minutes of play. So we've lost 11 players. One full
but
team.
remember, there's a decent part of the circle that's still not really playable towards the southeast. And I don't imagine sort of where Armory Gaming's coming in now, on the southwest, teams aren't necessarily going to want to head in that direction because there is a bit of water mass around there. So the likelihood that it goes hard south is very unlikely. So you've kind of got where a lot of the teams are positioned right now is where they're predicting the zone to go, and rightfully so, and kind of go for that north pool. Whether that happens phase 3, irrelevant, it'll happen then phase 4. Now the question will be, how west does this actually go? And we're about to find out now with the phase 3 pop. But you know, that's kind of the well, I mean, I think that for a lot of these teams, that's kind of what they were expecting, and they do get it. Phase 3 pop, all onto the location of those players. It goes north of pretty much the unplayable area, so it does it, you know, a phase early. But everyone's pretty much read this circle really, really well, which is good to see. And it means for Zanshin, yeah, pretty much center position for this circle right now.
Yeah, good call from all the teams. Normally, when you see such a congregation like that, you do put 2 and 2 together. Roy seeming to have a bit more of a difficult game here, which is good for the rest of the lobby who are trying to play catch-up. Simon T from Cerberus also getting dropped.
Yeah, not ideal for a team on 5 points.
So yeah, Team Flash keeping themselves going as well. 3 kills in this game so far. I am quite interested to see what Savage Men are going to be able to do, by the way. You saw them on their way in on a bicycle at one point there. I think it was Upchen that was riding the bicycle. They're up towards the north. So there'll be a late addition to all the shenanigans inside of this zone. But they have maintained 3 players alive, and there's certainly a few teams that are doing worse than that at the moment. So maybe they can pull off a little bit of a miracle run here as a trio. But I think we're in the eye of the storm once again. You know, we've seen a couple of little engagements happen as that zone pull did come through. Apart from this push from Forest Natural into Cerberus' setup, there shouldn't be too much else that's going to happen. And even this shouldn't really result in too much. Cerberus just seem like they've kind of given the space now that they've lost a couple of players. They respect the fact that Forest Natural have the player advantage in that engagement, and so they'll concede some territory. And now it's just a case really of waiting about a minute or so to see where that next zone is going to go. The only teams that we're really still kind of waiting on in terms of pulling up into position are maybe Roy, which is a duo, ISG as a solo, and Savage Men are kind of still floating around the north trying to figure out where they want to end up. But I think they've even got themselves a compound to set up in. But I believe, have they lost somebody? No, yeah. I think Savage Men is down to 2.
Yeah. Oh, no, this one in the blue. Coming in late, Lunlun.
Oh, yep. There you go.
Yeah, it was just off screen. Which, honestly, it's kind of worked out well for them. I thought they would maybe, you know, be coming in a little bit too late as that 3-man, but they've kind of left it so long that by the time they've come in, it has kind of shifted up towards them. Zest doesn't even know that he's in the sights of Barrett. Does avoid that nade. And there goes Gonny. Yeah, I mean, ISG's right now shaping up to be that bottom team. There's always one, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's always a 16th team. There's always a team that's dead last. There's always a team that really struggles. They've got to make sure, you know, they've got 2 more games tonight, that they don't allow that to be them, because it's trending in that direction through 4 matches. I think they're still only on 1 point.
It's also about how you go dead last. You know, like you say, if you're on dead last 1 point, or as we saw in Korea, there was a team or 2 that were like 4 games in on 0 points, 3 or 4 games in. And that's a different story to if you're like 10 points last. You're like, oh, well, we've at least been, you know, we've been getting something. But if you're literally getting nothing, it's a whole different ballgame.
It's a concern.
Rough zone shift, though, for a lot of teams, and one of them being Savage Men, who are now having to make their desperate rotate in. They are one of the first movers, to be fair, so they might get a priority position if they can get there without losing members, and it does look like they've got to just a little pocket of safety for the moment. Buriram using an E pickup as a scouting option.
Oh! Luckily, this is
Is Cantaloupe?
modern
Are they all
PUBG.
dead? No, they're still on the rotate.
Canet goes down anyway. Binek's going to get the knock. Yeah, not a good game now for Buriram and for Roy. So, I mean, I said kind of coming into this game, you know, statistically, it's unlikely these teams are going to make it 4, you know, consistently good games in a row. Not that it can't happen, but certainly shaping up to be that way. And it gives a bit of respite for the rest of the competition. It's still 3 up for Buriram. In fact, they are chasing down Six Hacks, who has got a little bit of help on the other side of this building, but just couldn't get there alive. Had he done so, played the fence, this could have been a far different proposition for FW Esports. Banana One and Canaxi could have maybe, you know, provided some aid, but alas, Six Hacks got caught at the end. And even Armory Gaming are having a rough go of things. So that's the top 3 teams, Jordan, coming into this game of Rondo. Not having the best of times, and which is great news for the neutrals and the viewers and for us that, yeah, certainly not looking like it's going to be a runaway top 3 or anything along those lines. I mean, we're only into match 4, but clearly it's good for the rest of the competition to kind of sense, you know, there's an opportunity that we could really leapfrog up those standings. Any kind of deficit that maybe had developed after the opening 3 matches could be wiped out pretty quickly. As Edkin going to get knocked down. Some really good shooting from Team Flash this game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's
by Scappy.
That's kind of what I was alluding to in that pre-match there, where there's too many good teams in this lobby to see a dominance from 1 or 2, right? There's just too many where you could go, yeah, I think that team could qual. A bit of a different story in some of the other regions, but here in Asia Pacific, it is a very difficult lobby to make your way through. All Gamers getting into the mix here again. Destroy finding himself a couple of knocks and kills onto Savage Men, who may not be making too much more of a part in this particular game. Sharper down to a couple as there's 2 players on the floor. It is getting messy now, and with another zone shift coming through, team's going to be forced to move. FW and Buriram fighting out on the western flank, you can see as well. So a lot of little skirmishes popping up here.
Oh, Eddie. Well, he got the knock onto Excrazit. Was looking for the flush, but then Thunder's found the trade. And Buriram go 2 up at the moment. Need to find a way to get this revive onto Eddie. There goes Alter Ego. UNQ's having a great start to this tournament individually. His team as well. They'll take those points quite handy. Sharp, another battle on a different front. The whole game is making their way in. Destroy and Tycon both knocked down. Separate teams. And Destroy will be finished off. Edie will eventually get the bleed out kill onto Excrazit. Scappy with another knockdown. As Himas is now the last one alive for All Gamers Global. Does get the knock onto Thunders, looking for the flush. He's got to be careful. If he does get knocked, he will be dead and they will be out. And it's looking likely for All Gamers that that's going to be another kind of average performance. Thunder's finished off by Himas, so he gets the fruits of his labor. As Nicesil gets involved for Zanshin with the knock on to Azqualusia. This needs to be a decent game for Zanshin, the top team, top seeded team out of the rest of APAC qualifiers. Got a direct spot here into the finals, so it's been a little while since they've played the officials. And it might just be taking them a few games to warm up, but this could be their game. No longer, though, have they got zone position. As you can see on the minimap, South here for Phase 5 need to push in like many teams.
Yeah, I'm kind of on that same train of thought for you here, though, for Zanshin, that this could be a decent game for them. Obviously, it's been busy out to the east and the west. Zanshin have been keeping their heads down. They can continue to for the next minute or so. And inevitably, once they see that next zone shift, that's where they'll have to start to figure things out. There's no way they're going to get a zone that will keep that little corner of the compound in for them. But at least they've got somewhere to play from, which is relative safety for now. been able to hold on to their resources. Team Flash, 4 players alive out on the eastern flank. Could be a pretty good shout as well. But a lot coming down to where this zone shift is going to end up taking us. If we go north, up into the field, it's going to be chaos. Armory do get eliminated in that meanwhile. And I think we're kind of just waiting with bated breath to see where this one's going to go. Roy even out as well. So as you mentioned, top 2 teams, 2 of the top teams, really struggling in this game. Big opportunity for everyone else to play catch up. And that is a great zone shift for Team Flash.
W go out. And 9th coming into this game. And no placement points for them. Now, Sharper have done well, I feel like, in a couple of these games to begin. Sitting in 4th coming into this game. And a couple of times they've been down to a few players alive, but they've been able to make the best of bad situations. You only have to think back game 1, Jordan, the full send into the shack ended up netting them 2nd place. So they've got good capability, even down to duo play, to still pick up some really handy points. And that goes a long, long way in these tournaments, because you're going to have your games. Like a Sharper will have their games where they're going to have 4 players up and they go on a bit of a rampage. But if you're picking up points in your quote-unquote, not necessarily bad games, but bad situation games, that sets you up beautifully. Earth does get knocked down, and I maybe give them a bit of the caster curse there, as Edie got that one. So Ozzy with the knock onto Baron. And here comes the team from rest of APAC in Zanshin. Team out of the Philippines. The Panzer will miss. Kiss getting tagged up. Nicel's made his way in. Not down just yet. Joan did get the knock on to Jun. Skaggy knows he's around. And Duckmire knocked by Long X. Cerberus are fighting pretty hard this game. Nicel will cop the nade from Scappy. And I think that means it's only 1 up for Zanshin. And I will say one thing about this team, Jordan. Back in the rest of APAC calls, their best games came from circle feeds. Circle feeds, compound position, center zone.
Right.
They weren't as great when they had to move, when they had to rotate, when they had to play edge. Not that they couldn't. In that lobby, they could get away with it. I don't think they can get away with it in this lobby, hence why we are seeing them not really find a lot of success.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like they can hang at the moment, unfortunately. And I always put a little bit more stock in when I see a team do well from an edge position or when they're having to rotate a lot, rather than if they're just sitting in a compound from, you know, zone 2 or zone 3. Because it's a very different game. It's certainly a different conversation. And what it does show me, at least when teams are playing well from edge, is that they are fragging well. They're hitting their shots, you know, because you don't make it through a game on edge unless you are going through multiple teams. As you can see from someone like Team Flash there with like 9 kills. They had a couple of players that they needed to revive. They've got them back up and they're right back into the action with that knock onto Jedi of Sharper Esport, TDT, and Forest Natural Gaming. In a little bit of a back and forth right here, but one team that has piqued my interest and has continued to pique my interest throughout the day for different reasons is E-Arena. I've been talking about them for the first 3 games not getting anything done. Well, here's their opportunity. They're 4 players alive. You can see them just out to the left there of this engagement, having a look to see if they can maybe steal away a kill point or 2, but they have got a very open side of the zone. Most of the zone is very open, but they themselves don't have anyone to like jostle with position for on their side of the zone. So instead of worrying about controlling territory, they can actually just fire some pot shots across at their opponents and see if they can pick up a cheeky knock or 2. So let's see if E-Arena can put together a decent game here and push themselves up the standings that way. Knock in from Forest Natural, and another one from Scrappy on to Zayu is going to put TDT down to just Jun, who is now getting barraged by grenades. Flash grenades they are, but it'll be enough as TDT do get eliminated.
I mean, that's perfect for Sharper again as a duo. I mean, it's shaping up to be very similar to the Miramar game. Everyone else is kind of fighting elsewhere. They kind of just hold their position, stay alive, get themselves top 4, maybe top 3. No, I've cursed them again. They got split between EA and Flash. They'll go out in 4th, just barely. Forest Natural, had they survived 5 more seconds, it would have been a 3rd, but 4th it is. Forest Natural go out in 3rd, and we're down to a 4v4. Flash with 12 kills. E-Arena have got better zone control, but it's a field, Jordan. It looks like an oval. There's nothing besides some hay bales, maybe the odd rock here or there. 5 kills for E Arena and a top 2. It's still a better game than we've seen from them so far. And Lyrix has got best position.
He does, and that's a big move from E Arena that he's been able to get there pretty early on in the piece. The rest of the squad has been left back in a little bit more of an anchor kind of a setup. Lyrix, though, is the key to the puzzle right now. He's got to ensure that he does not go down. Kisama also almost getting picked up on that cross, but he's trying to do the same as what Lyrix has just done by pushing his way forward and taking a little bit more zone positioning. It's obviously not as strong of a position as what Lyrix has done, but you've got to make do with what you've got. You've got to try and make something happen here. I think this is going to be a really tough one for Team Flash, and you can see that they don't really have many options but to try to make a send. They send 2 players in the bus. Only one of them makes it to the rock, and with that zone control, this should be E Arena to take away the victory. Jacob just hanging around to see if he can find this nade in onto Bidnek. Hasn't gone quite deep enough. Hungbo Ditch has been finished off in the meanwhile, so Team Flash down to 3. E Arena also 3 at the moment, though the res can come through. And as long as Lyrix survives, E Arena wins this game.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, if Lyrix is the last one alive and it's a 1v3, he's no guarantee. I'm a little bit surprised, though, here by Long K. It's almost like he's expecting Lyrix to push around that smoke. I'd almost be using the smoke in the opposite direction. It's clearly defensive smoke. Why would he want to wrap push you? Ooh, he's got the only building that's left inside of the circle. You should be pushing him. You're barely inside of the zone. E Arena are making, a bit of a run towards Bidnek. Koisama has to, of course, cover. Yeah, Long K's... I don't agree with the way Long K's playing this. You got to have a little bit of game sense and understanding. He's watching that smoke, expecting Lyrix to push him.
Oh, this is a good move from
Bidnek is just dead. Good blue zone nade.
Double blue zone nade.
Flash is not doing enough. They're just too stagnant here. Way too stagnant. And then they get the knock. Lyrix gets the knock on Koisama. Long K's basically done nothing. Absolutely nothing from this position for the last 2 minutes.
Oh, I suspect
a big win for E Arena.
A total of nothing to finish this game off in a 1v4, though Long K does get knocked, so get a knock, so let's see what he can do. Long X, I should say. Long K, force of habit. Yeah, but he's kind of up the creek without a paddle, isn't he? He's got nothing to really play from this position. He's going to get pushed out by the zone momentarily as well. And any peek that he takes, he's probably got 2 or 3 players looking at him, if not all 4, assuming someone gets picked back up. But it's not going to happen, as we all knew. A bit of an anticlimax to finish things off there, but the big news is that E Arena are back. They picked themselves up a win. They were down toward the bottom of the standings, but I said so many times that this team is too quality to be in that position. We've seen these guys playing internationally, doing very well internationally as well. So no reason to imagine that they're going to be sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for that much longer, and they get it sorted pretty early on in the piece here. Game 4 of the day, 4 of the tournament. Still 2 more to go today. We've got a couple on Erangel coming up after this. So nice to see E Arena getting back into that position where they'll be in the conversation. They definitely won't be at the top of the standings off of that game. It's a decent win, but it's not a monumental victory.
Well, not the number 1 spot, but they'll be probably close to top 5, top 6, right? Like that's how much the 19 points, we'll see them skyrocket. So yeah, 100%. I think that's like almost a really good showing from them to say to themselves, look what we can do. Don't worry about the first couple of games. We've shown that we can get the wins. We've shown we can get the kills, and you build the confidence from that. Now going into the 2 Erangel games to follow, that's hopefully where we can see them now, kick on a little bit. Go to a short break. Of course, as I just mentioned, Erangel to come.
3, 2, 1, go.
So E-Arena are on the board with their first chicken dinner here in the APAC qualifiers on the road to the Esports World Cup. It sees them move up into 7th position, Jordan. So I think I was about one off. I said around 6th or so. So, off the game that we just had is shaping up to be a very nice top 7, 8 teams now in terms of the point differentials. The top teams that we had going into match 4, Miramar, Roy, Armory, all subsiding a little bit. In fact, so much so that with Team Flash finding 18 points in this match, they're now in top spot.
Yeah, look, you can't be right all the time, mate, but you're pretty on the money there. E-Arena, nice game from them. 19 points, 9 kills. Team Flash, solid across the day as well. So, a little bit of a change up with the E-Arena and Forest Natural, those two teams in particular having a little bit of a turnaround for themselves. Actually, Cerberus, 6 points. That's nothing necessarily to write home about, but it is better than what we'd been seeing throughout the rest of the day from them. So that's definitely something to note. The big talking point, the most important one, being that the likes of Buram and Roy kind of missed out, and that is what has allowed other teams to now catch up and get us into a position where it's no longer maybe a 2 or 3 horse race, but you've got now 5 teams that are sitting above 30 points. TDT is just behind them on 28. So we've got quite a bit of parity towards the top end. And I expect that is going to continue to be the case throughout the day here as we head into the last couple of games. The penultimate match. It is going to be our final 2 games on Erangel, which is... I like the fact that we finish off on Erangel. For me, the GOAT map of PUBG. It's a nice way to end the night.
I mean, Erangel is always the classic. No one can deny that. I like the fact that, we end the night on Erangel because it feels a little bit more wholesome and homely. Miramar kind of is a strange one to kick things off, though, because you go into game 1 and you're kind of sitting around twiddling your thumbs for like 12, 14 minutes, but then it all just kind of kicks off and then you really feel like the night has started. So it's a fascinating one, but it's been really fun so far tonight. 2 games to go. Of course, this one and the next on Erangel. As I said at the start of the show as well, we don't rotate the maps. There are tournaments where, we would start tomorrow on Erangel, but that's not the case here at EWC. It'll be Miramar again to kick things off tomorrow. So, yeah, so far, 5 teams on 30 points or more, which is really good to see. I kind of mentioned, I think you probably want to be aiming roughly for 40 points a night, so those teams are on track for that. And then all the way down to even Forest Natural Gaming on 24, 2 games to go. If they can kind of pick up another 15 or so points in the last 2 games, which is very doable. All of those teams and more are very much on track. So towards the very bottom end, though, ISG struggling, 1 point. This is where you've got to start to... the gap isn't, exponentially that large, but if we're going to enter the realism world here, how often do you see a team go through the first night of PUBG and, 5 or less points, then turn it around and finish in the top 3, top 4 qualifying position? It just doesn't happen. These 2 games on Erangel already become naturally so important for a team like ISG, to lesser degrees as well then Savage Men Esports and Zanshin. Pressure's on. I mean, I'm going a little bit harder here because Korea, we were very soft. It was our first time casting together in a while. So I think we held back a little bit with the markers. And, in fairness, the bottom end in Korea probably wasn't as super bottomed out. They always felt like there was still a little bit where I was like, oh, okay, well, if they do this or they do that. And that was with only 3 spots. In hindsight, I think we went probably a little bit too soft. So while I'm certainly not ruling out ISG, Zanshin, Savage Men Esports, the bottom 3 teams, of which the only 3 teams on single-digit points through 4 matches, you have to be realistic. These 2 games now matter far more for those 2 teams than the rest of the lobby. Those 3.
No, I mean, when you were sort of like hypothesizing how much or how often have you ever seen a team do that, I was actually just trying to think, was there ever any instance where I felt like a team had just absolutely horrific day 1 and made an insane comeback to be in a qualification spot or to
Look,
win?
I'm sure it's happened somewhere in some tournament.
But in my time, I don't think I've seen it. You know what I mean? And like, we've obviously cast a lot of PUBG together and apart. And I can't think of an example that I've been involved in. So I've got a bit of a data set to look at. I don't know how many, hundreds of games of PUBG and how many tournaments I've watched and casted, but certainly not any that I can remember. So, I think that's kind of made me think, like, in all of this hypothesizing and talking, it's like, yeah, we can always go, yeah, they could make it. But like when you really come down to it, it's like, we probably should just say, no, they can't make it. Like even at this point, like just from what you've seen eye test wise and from the points they've got, it's not going to happen.
Oh, Ken's dead.
Does not know how lucky he is to be alive at this stage. But
Yeah,
you're
but he
right.
also doesn't know he's about to die.
Well, that is definitely a very high possibility. But Buriram, I think, are starting to head over in his direction. Trouble is, he can't spot down this hill very easily at all. Just because of that little lip, that little ridge, the shots do come through. Oh, he's going to repeat. That's insane. That is madness from him to repeat that. And I don't think it was expected by Sharper at all.
Wow.
Hasn't resulted in the finishing blow onto Earth here. That grenade landed on him. Put him down to like 5 HP, but the res coming through pretty quick here is going to mean that Sharper are going to get back to 4. But that is an insane solo effort from Can, and it has allowed the rotation to come through from at least Dynasty.
Yeah, the other two are still a distance away. Edie's just got into his vehicle, but they don't even need to get here now. It's about just rescue Can, and saving Private Can has worked out nicely, courtesy of Dynasty, but Can did his own work, and the repeat was aggressive, but in the end, I think it's a reason why he's been able to survive that a little bit, because you get that knock, and Sharper's not going to then want to go full steam ahead. They don't know, are there other players around? Are we walking into a trap? I've seen these yellows before, close by to Potato Hill. Like you got to be careful pushing them, because you don't know what's on the other side of it. You might see a guy on a house and he's scouting, and you think could be solo. I've only spotted one. That's the comm. But then what's on the other side? You start pushing up, and suddenly they all kind of come running down the hill, out of tree lines. Maybe they're just literally on the other side of the building. I don't think Sharper's done a lot wrong. The only thing they did wrong was just not get the initial knock when he's on the roof. They just couldn't kill him straight away. Had they done so, then you play that entirely differently. I don't even think Dynasty probably overcommits. Yeah, exactly. So a missed opportunity, and credit to Can. I thought he was pretty much dead to rights, but Sharper clearly not sharp in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, he was lucky that he was sort of just going over the top ridge of the roof as the shots did come out, because he had, like, the way that I see it from his perspective is he had cleared that side of the roof, so he was then thinking, I'm going to play this side of the roof and check the other side. And that's kind of how you do it, because you're then, like, essentially covering yourself as you check the side that you're not sure is clear. But he'd already cleared the other side, so he just sort of got half caught in transition. But the shots were not clean enough from Sharper, who did have multiple members there, but I think only one player got shots across, so the timing on the shots weren't exactly ideal either. But they must have felt like they had been waiting long enough that there was a good chance that they were going to get spotted if they didn't take those shots, and so shots did come out. In the end, though, Sharper gets the position.
Yeah, position phase 1 really won't mean a lot. Center circle, Erangel, as we know, just goes about anywhere, doesn't it? Got him with a kill, by the way. ISG will take that one, definitely.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's good. And, like, I mean, again, I'm not writing off ISG, but I just think they've got to probably get themselves a solid, at least, 10, and dare I say, only 10 points, but at least get to double digits by the end of tonight. If you can end tonight around 11, 12 points, yeah, it's not a great night.
You're so nice, man. You used to be way harsher than this.
Well, I'm not expecting them, realistically, this is the thing, I'm not expecting them to go and get, 30 points in the last 2 games. I don't know if they've got that in them, which that in itself then probably means they don't have the point per game ratio to probably get into the top 4.
I mean, isn't it... Oh, hang on, hold that thought for a second, because ISG are so back. Muck has got himself another knock, and Scappy floating around here could be in for a bit of hurt. It does look like ISG have lost 1. Runax is down, so that's not ideal, but 3 players, 3 kills.
Oh, stolen by Zest.
Is going to get rid of Scappy with a nice headshot.
That's a bad game for I was going to say for Forest Natural Gaming, but there's so many 4s in there that I got tongue-tied. But after kind of giving themselves a decent little platform coming into Erangel, you kind of just throw it away to the team that's dead last.
What's that from Banana
Not
1,
ideal. Khan is on this game. Nice easy kill onto Banana 1. They take the fence line here at the Reds.
He's just sent it down the hill. They must not have... I mean, they clearly did not have any information. He's been sent as a scout, but... There's got to be a better way of doing that than that.
That's an overcommit. That's an overcommit for sure.
I mean, even if he gets to the wall, which I assume was his plan, he's then stuck on the wall, and I mean, maybe his teammates can help him out a little bit there, but he's got 4 players to deal with, stuck on a half wall. Like,
I can't understand that play at all. Like, fundamentally, it's phase 1, minute till phase 2. Regardless if you have intel or not, you just don't do that play. Certainly as a solo. The reward is just by no means ever worth it. And those reds are on the very eastern side of this zone, Jordan. So, I mean, it's not even like you're getting, prior real estate. And unless you're getting like 2 back-to-back hard shifts coming out to this eastern side of the circle, you're probably not gaining much. It's not like their position's any different. I can't wrap my head around that one.
Well, maybe he's rethinking it as well, but unfortunately, we can't take back our past mistakes. FW Esports, as a trio now, are forced to make a little bit more of a happy-go-lucky kind of a rotate. 6 sacks at the back there. We'll just get
Canaxi spun out. He spun out.
Will not.
Yeah. He either spun out or he hit a rock, one or the other, and he just came to a screeching halt. And if it's a rock, then that's his own fault. If he tires pop spun, that's different.
Yep.
Yeah, that's 2 down in the blink of an eye for FW, which is a disaster here for match 5. And they're actually kind of having an average night for a team of their quality, currently in 11th, and as of right now, you can't imagine they're going to gain a lot from this match. So not the best of starts to the finals for FW Esports.
Definitely not. E-Arena, on the other hand, they are the westernmost team right now, and there has been a huge west pull over toward the Gaka field. So they get to pre-rotate, early rotate into some very priority positions here. They've got themselves right now what would be considered a 2-2 split. I'm not sure that Lyrics and Nurans are going to hold up where they are, or if they're going to keep going. Just having a look on the little mini-map there, but everybody's starting to come across from the east. It is absolute chaos on the eastern side of the zone. So for a team like E-Arena to be gifted essentially the opportunity now to think about taking the 2 prior positions that they could possibly want in a zone like this one is a massive boon for them in an attempt to make a late run in the day. They just won the previous game, and the way that circle has shifted for them, it actually puts them in a position to win this game as well, if they play it out correctly. You can see this position that Lyrics and Nurans have got. How many times we've seen teams win from that set of buildings, that compound, and then the other setup that they've got is over the northern side of the road. So they've kind of hedged their bets a little bit. Zanshin, this is, yeah, probably not going to happen. FW Esports getting a little bit of a feed there by Zanshin, who are just coming in 1 by 1. I'm not sure why that's worked out in such a capacity. Now, I know that they're getting shot at on their entry here, but maybe they should have grouped up a little bit more so before trying to breach this building, because now they've lost so many players, and the last 1 or 2 of them are stuck on the outside of this building in what should amount to be a pretty difficult spot. 6 sacks with a long spray. Won't be able to finish off that one, as Kens just goes driving off into the distance, but I'm not really sure where he's going to pull up at this stage. Yeah, he's not going to.
Yeah, and it's very disappointing to see this for Zanshin, because I was a little bit skeptical back in the RRA qualifiers. Night 1, they had an amazing night. Then night 2, it was a little bit, here or there. And then night 3, they closed it out beautifully. And because I wasn't sold, just on the way they were getting their wins were, center positions, lack of rotations, couple of feeds. But sometimes you can still get those kind of wins. If you're getting kills, then at least you're making the most of it. And they did do that. Like, they did get a lot of kills from those positions, and yeah, easily were the best team in the region during those qualifiers, but they've just not been able to have any kind of success. Why? You can't rely on that play style to bring you success. You cannot rely on always getting center position. As the lobby skill goes up, the ability to get those sort of positions goes down. If you were to qualify from this and go to EWC, do you really think Zanshin's getting center compounds, center zones, hard feeds? No, it's not going to happen. You've got to be more versatile. And this is just a really good test for the Philippines team to kind of look back at tonight and say, yeah, it's not working. We need to be more aggressive. We need to be more ready to play edge zones and not rush center positions and bank on that to get the job done. I think they're still a good enough team that they can at least turn this tournament around, but qualifying now after the start is going to be very difficult.
Well, let's see where this next zone pool is going to go. I'm really keeping my eyes firmly on E-Arena, because they got the pick of the bunch. So Lyrics and Nurans, they don't technically have to move yet, but do they want to think about going up and reinforcing Zizzy and Jacob's position? Because that is clearly going to be what you would think would be a bit more of a favorable position for now, and they are getting in their vehicles and they are going to go and join them. So E-Arena are hoping that this is going to continue to pull north. Buram taking some pot shots on Team Flash, who are going to go past them. Are they just going to pull up here in the dip? Not quite going to happen. They're going to continue on into Ruins, but they are really copping a beating on their way through. Seamoy, lucky to be alive. Down in the bunker. It's not going to be an easy position to hold on to. They're going to send 3 players into the bunker. Oh no, surely not.
Well, remember we saw this back in Korea, Jordan. There was a single player in that little bunker and he held on for quite a while. You got to remember, it's not easy to get to that spot, get nades in and mollies in. Not impossible for teams to kind of close that gap, and certainly a couple of teams that are close by. But you can hold out there for quite a while. Not likely to go on and win the game from a position like that, but at least buys you some time. Unfortunately, time is not something that's going to be running out anytime soon. That's probably the issue. So you're going to have to sit in there for at least 10 minutes. And a Blue Zone nade makes its way over. Trick will get revived. And this is pretty smart from All Gamers. This might be worth getting 1 or 2 players down there to just throw a nade in and finish these guys off, because it's 3 kills. Like, it's 3 points. It's somewhat worth it. The only issue is if you overextend, you know, you kind of look ISG just to the north here of All Gamers. Do they then get a good sightline on you? Do you then lose a player or 2 for this? You got to think, is it worth it? As tempting as it is, I think All Gamers are making the right play to not actually send bodies physically down there, clearly trying to get these nades to land, falling short. And from this distance, virtually unlikely that you're going to get a nade to actually dip in. It'd be a hole in one.
It's the forbidden fruit, isn't it? You know? Alter ego are like the apple on the tree that you're not supposed to
tempted.
eat. You are so tempted. All gamers know. They know it's not the correct play, but oh, it would be so tasty to get a 3-man nade. It would be tasty. Maybe we should try it. Maybe we'll try it later on. They are still hanging around, that's for sure. Cerberus in a bit of a pickle here. Going to be getting that res onto Simon T. But in that meanwhile, Sharper bringing in the reinforcements. That hasn't lasted long for Exquisite. He sent it straight into Zest.
Oh, like, how many times do we see that in Korea? 0.
Yeah.
0. Like, I don't know what is Exquisite thinking. He's on like 10 HP, full sends it into the wall, hasn't cleared anything, has no intel. It's just such a bad send.
He's just
like,
in for the boys, bro. Like, you're clearly just not in for the boys, but he was in for the boys.
He's like, boys, I'm coming in, I'm dying, good luck. Like, I don't know what the hell he's thinking. He's done nothing to help. He hasn't taken the time.
What a nade.
And that's a great nade from Sololzi. Those are not easy. And the Panzer to be quickly loaded up and ready.
Oh, he's so got him. Watch this. Well, watch this in a moment. He actually doesn't know exactly where he is. That's the problem.
I'm watching, but he can't see, so he can't watch.
Watch this, Xenox. This is going to be sick. Watch this. Just watch.
Is he? I'm wondering if he's either waiting for him to push up the stairs, or he's just getting ready to swing from an angle that maybe his opponent isn't expecting from, which is said stairs position. Keep the Panzer out, Solzy. You know he's in the room. Come on.
I don't think he knows. He would have shot. There we go. He finally spots him. He definitely didn't know initially. Otherwise, he would have just dumped it right in the corner there as soon as he entered the building. But he got there in the end. And they have the info on where this last Sharper player is. So this has been a very, very clean clear from Cerberus. Again, a beautiful nade. It's from Sololzi again. This guy's like the demolitions expert, bro. We don't have that kind of role in PUBG, bro. But he's got like +10 accuracy on explosive weaponry.
Yeah, there's got to be like, you know, you got your IGL, you got your entry fragger, you got your demolitions expert, hand in the nades, hand in the Panzerfaust, and watch him go to work. Good to see Cerberus, though, kind of getting better as the night goes on. I think they'll be a team to really watch tomorrow. I know we've still got one more game after this, but if they continue to build their form, they'll feel a little bit more comfortable with the way that the lobby is progressing and how teams are playing, and, you know, where they can be aggressive and sometimes where they've got to sit back and just kind of get a better read on the lobby. The Daredevils, they've gone a little bit quiet since the opening couple of matches. Have slipped down to 6th now after winning a game earlier tonight. One thing that's been intriguing to watch so far is the placement point. territory. So, you know, back in Korea, there were certain and not just in Korea, but even rest of APAC quals too. You get some teams that are in the top 8, but they're single-digit placement points. So far, you know, the top 7 are actually already double-digit placement points. So, and the teams that are directly below them in 8th, 9th, and 10th aren't far off it, and will at some point get 10 plus placement points. So the teams that are doing well so far throughout these early day qualifiers in the finals, they're doing it on both sides. They're getting the placement points, so they're making the late game and they're getting the kills, and that's going to make it more difficult, even more so for the teams at the bottom who just can't get either. They can't get the kills and they can't get the placement points.
Hungvo Ditch gonna go down to himself, holding onto a grenade there when he got knocked, unfortunately, and that will be a very swift exit for Team Flash. So Armory coming back into the picture after
top team as well, losing to the team in 4th. That's a big double up there for Armory Gaming.
Yeah, Armory, you know, they took a little bit of a break in the last game, but back in the conversation here. Interesting zone pull though. E-Arena not going to be happy to see that one. They could have actually. Would they have been better off staying in the 2-2 split? That would have been them holding on to the position that TDT have got. At least the right side of that TDT split. I think ultimately you would have to move it at one point or another. But yeah, that's a really unfortunate split for E-Arena.
I think it's fine because that position for DDT, pushing out of it, it's not going to be fun later on, and you will probably have to push. You got to cross the road and you're out in the open. E-Arena, if they wrap towards the Ruins fights, could get kills, and if they win those fights and get kills, then pushing on the north side, more tree line cover. Maybe. So it'll be fun to kind of see how this does end out for them. Jacob even just stealing one there onto Lunlun as X-Men get eliminated. You know, rough night for them. But this is where E-Arena can kind of fight towards AG and ISG, go for a third party, clean up, and have the north side of the zone play the tree lines. And then on the flip side for the Daredevils, are they going to have to push out open field, cross the road? Like, that's never a fun time, unless they get hard feed phase 6, 7.
No, I mean, I don't expect that they're going to get the hard feed, but they did just get a bit of a feed in terms of kill points. There was a few teams that were trying to...
Yeah, they've already crossed. They've already put 2 people across the road, so they're not even going to... They don't even care about that compound. That's a smart move. That's a really good move.
Yeah, E-Arena are doing the same thing, actually. If you notice, they've sent Duo into center. So a lot of teams trying to take a central position, not with their full roster. Oh, and by the way, Alter Ego are under some pressure. Jacob,
no one can get it in the hole.
He's too keen for the forbidden fruit. Xenox, that is a problem, okay? As I'm sure you understand sometimes. But Nurens has got himself a knock on the trick. I don't know, that forbidden fruit, I think it's causing some problems. I mean, you could see E-Arena almost lost a player actually in that attempt. Now they're going to take a step back.
Man, they've got no cover in this spot. Yeah, it's decent zone control. You're relying on the smokes right now and your car fort. You see the Larryx at the tree.
They need the zone to push in, and they need to do it quickly. I mean, even when it does, they could still get pushed from the back and from the side there by AG or ISG, whoever ends up winning that fight nearby the Ruins.
Well, that's why I thought they would maybe go for a third party, and had they done so, they'd be pushing into them now and they would be cleaning up and getting a bunch of kills, but they've opted for position first, which by in itself is not completely an awful decision, but you're missing out on potential kill points, but you're gaining position. So it's kind of, you know, which one do you factor in as being more important in the long run?
Well, I'd say,
and I guess it's not as if it's a clear-cut answer either way, because they could have wrapped in, gone for a third party, but then got spotted by Buren Ram, and eventually you lose out on the north side. So this might be the safer and longer-term option. They get the circle feed phase 6. You know, by no means is it a bad push. They're just going to have to play out in the open, and it's going to be difficult for them later in the game. But if they're up for it, you know, it could be a really good game for E-Arena.
Oh. Muck from ISG still keeping himself in the kill feed. Can't get him knocked down. I don't know if this is going to be an easy res or even resable at all for Buriram. They are getting camped out by all gamers. Yeah, Ruiz is down on the floor again. And Dynasty stuck behind a tree. He cannot move. He cannot move at all.
A big game for ISG. They've picked up a decent amount of kills. They're into the top 8.
Yep.
This is the game that they absolutely needed, and it's a good showing for themselves. 6 kills.
Another one almost.
Up, Muck and Fevin. Even Destroy getting tagged up there. Muck is just peppering away. Handshot onto him as he's forced to heal now behind the rock. That gives him time.
It's the second one, by the way.
He smokes out.
He must literally just repeat after getting headshot just before. So
Stay prone, wait for the smokes, play the tree. You're in the circle. You don't have to rush this. You got Doritos as well. I mean, this is perfect.
How is that landed like that, by the way?
That one, yeah, that's bizarre. Less wiggle room for the feet, but better for the head in terms of hiding behind it.
It's like you've 50-50 coin flipped, but then it's landed on the 0.001% aside. And you're like, well, now what? Anyways, TDT, 4 players alive as well. Trying to keep FW.
They just sit. ISG get top 4. Like, they just got to sit.
Yeah,
They'll get top 4.
Very well, yeah. I wonder how many smokes E Arena have got, because they are surely now burning through them. Another nade attempt. No, they're not going to go for this, are they? Not with the Panzerfaust, surely.
How is Feven dying? How are they dying there? I don't understand. I mean, I don't have the angle, the POV angle there of all gamers. Maybe they're
going for this.
Wrap a certain way, but I actually should never really be dying there.
They're going for it. They're going to go Panzerfaust straight into the bunker. No way, Nurin. What? Oh, Nurin's no. How have you bungled that? There's no way, bro. There's no way in no world. Jacob's going to go in for the cleanup. Okay, what is that?
Well, they get 3 kills. They get the bunker position. They've got 4 kills, top 5. But Nurin should never be dying there. And to be fair, he's probably not expecting someone to be on the top end of the stairs. He's probably anticipating they're all just at the bottom of the bunker, and then he's going to quickly flick it down there and move away. But I mean, this is not where you want to be.
I think, okay, him dying is one thing. You know, you're going for that kind of a push. You know that's going to be risky. I think he rushes the shot because he expects to get shot from all gamers who are up the hill and whatnot. That's why he rushes the shot. If you're going to go for that, though, you've got to, like, full commit and just get all 3 there and go down. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, oh, I'm going to just, like, quickly throw this in. I think you really have to commit and make sure you're getting all 3 if you're going to go for that play. But has it worked out for E Arena? Well, debatably, yes. But I think it's maybe cooked their chances of winning this game. 6ax under a lot of pressure here. He couldn't see a thing. And so that'll be top 4 now.
They get top 4.
Yeah, like, it's not overall awful for E Arena. Could it have been cleaner? Yes. Was it funny? Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. And big game as well for all gamers, for Cerberus. All gamers coming in 8th, 26 points. This is going to see them really shoot up the standings now by the end of match 5. It's going to put them in a great position. Cerberus even worse, you know, 11 points overall coming into this match, 13th position. And while it might not necessarily be the biggest point tally from this one game alone, it's certainly going to end up being one of their better games. I don't like the fact that we got these 2 teams have got the exact same purple configuration color, by the way.
Oh yeah,
makes it look like it's an 8-man roster between Cerberus and all gamers.
They're teaming.
They got the same colors.
Well, I can assure you that they're not teaming because they are actually shooting at one another, and Cerberus is going to get eliminated. TDT getting a few of those points in there. All gamers are struggling to keep 4 up, but they have got 4 up, well, alive, not up at the moment. For how long? We'll find out. TDT starting to have a little bit of a look to see if they can punish. Doesn't look like they're going to overcommit to it. They're also a little bit worried about where E Arena have ended up, and E Arena has sort of taken that role of, we're just going to sit here and do nothing and hope that everyone forgets about us in the Harry Potter closet. I'm Harry Potter.
Well, I mean, it's worked out. Top 3. We spoke about it before when you remember they left the compound open for TDT. It's actually kind of worked out for both of them in the end, Jordan, which is the funny aspect. Looking at it from a comparison sake, Arena going to the north side, TDT taking the compound, but then they pushed the road. Both have made top 3, and I think both are probably going to end up losing to all gamers unless the Daredevils can push out and catch someone.
That's not an impossibility.
They're down to 3, and so you're probably not in a great spot to get a res. Now Van Nye goes down as well.
Oh, they're all going down.
And yeah, now they're all going down.
The House of Cards. As soon as one falls, the rest are going to go tumbling. So John
might be top 2 for the bunker arenas.
Oh, they're resing now as well. So TDT get back to 2, and E Arena will in the meanwhile as well. That's a nice knock from Zayu onto Himas. I'm not sure that he's going to get away with it, though. Untraded so far, but stuck on the blue. Couldn't really do anything. Doesn't get enough assistance from Jun. And
there you go. Arena won it in the end against TDT. They'll take 2nd. And this is going to be a 14 kill win for All Gamers. So that's 24 points. So they have 26 coming into this game. They'll pick up 24. They've almost doubled their points here in just match 5. They'll immediately rocket up to 50 points. So that's past the points per game average needed in terms of top 4. So with an extra game in hand to go. Not surprising for a team of this caliber in terms of the players on this roster. And while it may be a slow burn, they've really ignited here in match 5. Arena will be more than happy to take the 10 points from this game. Obviously 6 placement points and 4 kill points. That gets them up to 36. So they're on track as well tonight. Happy days here on Erangel for All Gamers Global. Arena happy with that one. TDT would be happy with that one as well. That'll see them, you know, well up close to 40 points with an extra game in hand. It's becoming a little top heavy, maybe too much so for my liking. I know there's 4 spots, so there's a bit of room when it comes to what will likely be that 4th spot. But I envision a world already, Jordan, where we're going to get to night 3 and there's going to be like 8 teams vying overall for the top 4 spots, and maybe even, you know, 1 or 2 could be locked by then, because right now half the lobby is performing really well. The other half is certainly struggling. ISG, much better game from them, but how far behind they already are.
Look, I wouldn't say that would necessarily be a bad situation to be in, to be honest. But one thing I want to quickly say before we go to the break here, I just want to sort of highlight is that E-Arena did have a grenade. So I was just thinking, would they be better off in this situation not giving those points over? Because All Gamers is theoretically a team that will be vying, jostling for a top 4 position with them. Both these teams really feel like, at the end of the day, 2 points could be a big difference maker. So let's just keep that in mind. Look, it's not a big deal at the moment, but come day 3, if All Gamers go through by a couple of points, maybe those 2 points that they could have saved themselves their E-Arena by using that nade down in the bunker could make a big difference.
Yeah, it could do. We'll go to a short break. One last game for day 1 on the other side. It's Erangel.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of this two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Shoot, I'll take it. I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
All global gamers or all gamers global, it doesn't matter. They got the win, Jordan, and that is what very much matters heading into match 6 to come now. The final game of the night and straight into it. Again, apologize for some of the delays tonight. You know, just some background stuff. Nothing too crazy. We're in the game. That's all that matters. And all gamers global, Jordan go top of the standings, 50 points to their name, which is very much well above the, you know, I guess the average numbers that you probably want per night. So kind of get a little free punch here to see if they can extend what is essentially now a lead heading into tomorrow. Bureb on 44 points, and then you enter the 30s. Team Flash in third, all the way down to Sharper in eighth. 5 points separating them, 39 to 34, and all the teams amongst that. So it's very much looking like kind of top end, but also not really. It's more like bottom three are struggling.
Bottom three are
ISG, Savageman, and Zanshin, all single digits. 4 Crazy Rabbits are in the bottom 4. They're 13th, but they got 19 points. So they're only 20 points behind third. They're almost closer to third than ISG are to like 13th, for example, right? So
Yeah.
I think it's very much looking unlikely for those 3 teams unless they do something crazy in this game tomorrow night. Otherwise, it could be early markers. We could be getting to game 3 tomorrow night and crossing their names out. So big games coming up for those 3.
Yeah, write it on the whiteboard in permanent marker. That's a possibility. All gamers, yeah, up to 50 points. And again, like I was saying towards the back end just before we went into a break there, that could be 48 points instead of 50. So every little bit kind of matters in a format that's as short as this one, and we'll see whether or not that ends up being something of influence as we go into our final game of the night. But of course, 2 more nights across this weekend for Asia Pacific. I believe China is also happening this weekend in terms of the EWC qualifiers. I don't know if there's an English broadcast for that one though. Don't think there is.
Well, we're not on it, so it doesn't matter.
True. If it ain't me, it ain't happening.
Nice circle, though, over towards Georgia Paul's side, which I said back last weekend for Korea. We haven't had a George circle in a while. We may not get there still. Obviously, it's only phase 1, but would love something along those lines. I've always said, historically, Jordan, the Roshok River circles are my favorite on Erangel. Maybe even in the game altogether.
Yeah. Yep.
Just creating that virtual 50-50 split as we get the map here to the left. It's always a very difficult prospect for players to kind of go, should we go north of the river? Should we go south of the river? Do we go for a 2-2 split? You got loot delivery, which is probably like prime real estate position here. The warehouses to the east of Georgia Paul as well. Very, very strong for this kind of circle. Even a position like Everest, not really all that bad for this kind of circle. Get a lot of information. So probably still more towards that Georgia Paul side. But then you take into account, even like Yasnaya Bridge here, phase 1, is actually pretty good to be able to decide, do you go north or south of the river? Roshok, obviously, Watertown, Ruins, like those kind of areas are fine because you can play both sides. What you don't really want to do is overcommit and go something like a shooting range at this point. You can loot here, that's fine, which is what Flash is doing right now, being a northern team. But that doesn't mean you just go straight to shooting range, because if this hard pulls south, you're coming in so late. And the same goes as well for something around the Gakta Fields or Pachinki. Then you're too far south. What happens if it goes north? You're really coming in quite late. So expecting phase 1, this to be a little micro battle of positionings early on. The bridges, the main areas around the Roshok River, that's going to be fought over. This is also typically the kind of phase 1 circle you might get some action.
Oh yeah.
Teams really do want to fight for certain bridge positions or loot delivery or whatever it may be. Yeah, you might get something from this circle. It's a fun one.
I like the setup that Cerberus have got just toward the eastern side. Here we are, we've got Cerberus on our screen. Just toward the eastern side of Everest, they are able to get quite a bit of information around the map, and I think they're going for the diamond compound here on the opposite side of the bridge. Maybe not. Maybe they're going to keep going. Or are they just scouting it? They're scouting it. Yeah, this is a really, really solid compound actually to take, because, with this compound, you can almost control the rotates. If you're able to hold on to that compound, you can play south, you can play north based on the circumstances. They've still got Simon T up on Everest as well. He's going to be scouting the southern side to see if anything interesting is on offer. Looks like Salolzi's going to join him. I actually love this 2-2 split from Cerberus. I think this is fantastic. I almost think they've got the 2 best spots that you could possibly have for this zone. One which controls the rotate, gives them the option to go north or south, and the other which gets them all the information in the world and typically tends to be a pretty safe spot to play. A lot of the time, if you're on top of Everest, the only time you end up really losing players is if you overcommit to a fight there. Worst case scenario, those 2 from Cerberus can just go, all right, there's someone contesting us for Everest. We just drive down and join the other guys in that compound. So I think that's a really good setup.
It's a really good setup, 100%. It's a little bit of an over-aggressive split, a little bit, because if teams do crash in to that compound, the other 2 might not be able to get there quick enough or have as much of an angle to really help out. So it's a little bit dependent. It's aggressive, but I like that aggressiveness from Cerberus in this case, because again, you're going to expect 2-2 splits with a river like this, because it could go south, it could go north, and so you're kind of playing for that. And that's really what you're going to see from certain teams that want to play the bridges around Roshok, for example, which I'm surprised no one's kind of around the Roshok bridge or the Yaz bridge just yet. It's a lot of teams still to make their way in. And they're going to be very fortunate to see there's actually still some pretty decent positions available right now, even though it's 6 minutes into the game. For a circle like this, I was probably anticipating some of these more prior positions to be taken earlier. And while a lot of the key positions have been taken, I will say, I think teams are banking on a northern shift here. The way I always kind of look at the Roshok River split is, you look at it from like a statistical analysis perspective. Is it a 60-40 split, or you bank on the 60?
Yeah.
You just go with the maths of it. Of course, it still means it could go south and then things get a little bit tricky. But if you play enough PUBG, which these guys do, over the course of time, that kind of method will pay off more often than not, based on just pure statistics. So that's why you're seeing a little bit more of a congregation towards the more northern side of the Roshok River. There's also more space, not necessarily a lot of compounds, certainly those that are just north of Roshok across the river where AG and Four Crazy Rabbits are. You've got a couple of good little houses there, you know, and an Alter Ego kind of looting more the Stelba side can come in, play the crossroads, the quads just south of Severny. So that's not a bad spot, but you're also then hoping you very much do get that northern shift. These teams coming in very late, those like Zanshin, FW. Curious to see how they will play this. And even Buriram here, like I would, like if I'm Buriram now, I pull up at the petty and I stay around the petty, because if this goes south, you've got a pretty easy wrap rotate then south of the river. I don't know how much further you'd want to go. There's not much left unless you go shooting range. It does seem like they're actually overextending past the petty. So again, banking on that northern shift.
Yeah, definitely hedging their bets that this one is going to end up going north. I mean, there's also another factor to think about, is that obviously this is a northern zone pool on the island as a whole, so there's going to be more teams coming up from the south. That means if you go north and you're able to go north early, it means more likely you're going to get a better northern position than what anybody else is going to get, and you're going to get less contested for those positions as well, just because the natural rotation path is south to north, and if you can get to north before everybody else, well, everyone's going to pull up on the south side when they find somewhere that they want to. And so you're going to be maybe chilling a little bit more on that northern side if you're one of the earlier teams to rotate up there. And it just sort of ends up being a bit more of a way of kind of like evening out the distribution of players. Because now, as we do start to see those teams that were hard south, those like Sosnovka Island teams and the Ferry Pier teams, those kinds of teams that are making their way up, all of a sudden it doesn't look like it's such a heavy weighting to the northern side, right? It was just because we saw those early rotates, and now that almost everyone has made their rotate, yeah, you could probably argue there's a few more teams on the northern side, but for the most part, it's actually a pretty even spread here. And again, it lines very much up with that kind of 50-50 mentality where we're not 100% sure which way this one's going to go. So those teams that are close to the river that can make a quick rotate are actually in the better position. And again, I'm looking at Cerberus. Great 2-2 split from them. You can see Sololzi. He is scouting the Gatka field just in case there's going to be a hard south shift. Do we need to pull a player down into the Gatka field at some point? Can we take this building underneath Everest if we need to? Cerberus have the opportunity to pretty much be the first movers with this zone, depending on where it pulls. So I'm, again, going to really keep my eyes on where they're going to end up and are they going to make the right call?
Yeah, Sharper as well are playing the Watertown Bridge, which is not as secure location. It's a little bit out in the open, but got Thunder's in a good spot. So they can kind of play trolls as well under that bridge into the right side of it. Zanshin go for the E pickup. They've timed it probably as well as they can time it, being down at Sosnovka Island and trying to make sure that they basically pop out of this as soon as the phase 2 circle pops. And the beauty of it for them is, yes, that looks like they're going to be landing over a lot of teams, but as this pops, teams are going to start scrambling. And, well, you go north here now. South side doesn't look as viable. North side's far more superior. You got Georgiapol you can play out of. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zanshin drop out, go straight to George, because you can get some extra loot. You can then push out. Pushing out of George is never a great feeling, but you could probably assume, and based on the scouting that you will get on these parachutes, that there's not going to be teams here. We'll be able to make it down a little bit safely. They're going for the compound? X-Men are...
No.
Oh, they're going for the... No, okay.
Well, that ain't it, dog. That ain't it.
Yeah, that is a super aggressive parachute out. They could have held that E pickup a slightly bit longer, gone for George Paul, gone for the long shoot, hold in the air a little longer, and they've literally just kind of just dropped straight down. That's awful play.
3 dead before they even get to the ground, and the last guy gets to the ground and then gets instantly booked. So yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, that's the difficulty with the E pickup, is that you can't scout these positions ahead of time. This is an interesting one though from TDT. They see that there's going to be a fight over the diamond, and they're going to say, hey, we actually want a piece of that. We can land on the roofs, we can play relatively safe from what's happening down on the ground, and all of a sudden they actually have a very real chance of taking this compound. They know that there's going to be players down there that are wounded, teams that are hurt, and all it comes down to is Zest here from Cerberus. So what was a really good position for Cerberus kind of gets a little bit trolled by Sharper, and now TDT jumping on top of them, and Zest is going to have to try to hang on as a solo, which, look, best case scenario, he maybe gets himself a 1-for-1 here. They don't know, I guess, that he's still alive. There's a lot of chaos in terms of the kill feed, but you've got to assume that this is not clean. They've got to clear it, and I'm hoping that's what we're going to see once the res comes through.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why this is always a very contentious spot to be because it's so crashable, and it's basically along one of the main rotate paths when the circle's around this area. I think Cerberus should have always just had the 4 men here from the beginning, set up more for a defense setup, banked in, and it going north. And if it does go south, it's not like you're that far from the bridge. It's not like you can't rotate quickly back south. Yeah, you're not going to have a position like Everest. Zest is very much just dead here. There's nothing he can do. You saw him kind of just dancing, wiggling in the corner, and Cerberus do go out despite having a very strong 2-2 split, and they would have been set up very nicely for the south side push towards Everest because you essentially claimed Everest straight away. But with loot delivery, it's a little bit different because, again, teams are rotating past. They're going to look to crash. They're going to look to send. They're coming over the bridge. There's the first building. You know, it's a tricky one to hold as a 2-man. Yes, the other 2 came over pretty quickly, but you're not set up. You know, you're not set up in your kind of defensive positions with nades in hand, with the underarms and defending the fences and things like that. Teams can then get into the buildings a bit quicker. And it wasn't just one team that crashed it, but Sharper got involved as well, Jordan. They just died pretty early on anyway, so it didn't matter. But essentially 3 teams fighting over the same spot. And while all of that was going on, 20 seconds till phase 3 now, we're still none the wiser as to where this circle is going to go. But it is more likely now to go north side. Teams on the south still E-Arena, 2-2 split, but ready. They can cross the George Bridge. I like the spot here for Roy. Roy, for me, it's not a long game situation, but they're still banking on, if this does go south, we've got the cross back. And if it doesn't, we're in George, we're safe, we'll play the long game. And it continues to center up, which again, though, this basically says it's a northern circle. And what makes this phase 3 circle so dangerous is you don't really want to be on that south side. Crossing those bridges, you know, going into phase 4, phase 5, that's just a death trap. But also, where are the key real estate positions? Well, loot delivery is great, but again, you got teams that might want to send it in there that are crossing the bridge. And I would say for all gamers as well, they'll hang around that vicinity towards the eastern side of the circle. North side's going to be the battle in the tree lines. That's fine. Everyone's got an even crack at that. But now for E-Arena, as they group up, I feel like they can't go George Bridge, likely to be watched camp. But if you're just going to send it through South George Bridge, you're probably going to be sending it into the crossfires and into the river, apparently. And Nuren's got knocked out as well on the way in, finished off by Baron. I mean, this is just, again, the nature of PUBG. You're going to have games like this where you don't get to play standardized, normal, competitive PUBG. You are very much at the mercy of the circle in some games. And if you don't position well early, you're going to get punished. That's the case here for E-Arena and honestly many teams so far in this game.
Yeah, certainly. Buriram made a nice, quick, early play toward the center of the zone. They've got that compound that's, I guess, the most central little hut. Is it going to be the winning position in this game? Perhaps not, but it is some hard cover toward the center of the zone. They may end up getting crashed at some point by a team that's desperate. That's typically the problem with the position that they've found themselves in. Team Flash, not a bad spot to be in. So they can hold that ridge. We often see the ridge come into play later on in the piece when the zone starts to shift. Right now they're dead center, but could be problematic.
It's a good spot for the ridges, as you mentioned, but also you can fight the northern teams without worrying too much about the south teams, and the south teams probably aren't going to push up that much because they're very much kind of stuck in their positions now. There's not much Forest can do. E-Arena is stuck in the river. TDT aren't going to push out of their position. X-Men certainly aren't going to push out of their position. And because there's so many teams towards the northeastern side of the circle, they're all going to fight each other. So I'd be quite surprised if Flash go out early this game. Doesn't mean they're, you know, a guaranteed win. I think the team that's going to win this game is probably one of those northern teams. If they can keep 4 up and sweep through, get kills, they'll then have the north side and very likely phase 4. I mean, phase 4 is definitely going north because it has to get rid of this water that's still in place. So this is shifting north. So if you're E-Arena, Forest, you're kind of stuck here in no man's land on the south side, on the mainland. But I think this game's going to come down to, you know, a team like, you know, All Gamers Global over towards the east as they kind of push up. If they can sweep nicely, get kills, and then wrap back in late, they could win this game. Armory Gaming, FW already fighting, probably unlikely to be either of those two. It could even be an alter ego towards Northwest if they kind of go unnoticed, because the only real close competition is ISG, and no disrespect, but they, you know, at the bottom for a reason.
Ooh, yeah.
We do get the northern shift. And again, really, really good circle for Alter Ego. And then the teams that are, you know, fighting towards the northeast, whoever can come out of that alive will also then be in a good spot. But obviously, you got to come out alive.
This will be where Team Flash are feeling maybe they're in a bit of hot water because a lot of teams are going to be looking into their position as a rotation path. So they're just going to group up a little bit more so. AG obviously in a discussion here with FCR, and that'll be Lambau going down onto the ground. Quick trade comes out from Epod. Destroy's going to have to look for him. You're going to have to find this trade quickly. Oh, that's a whiff. That is a whiff, and that is going to be a rough one here because that's going to mean the end of Tycon. No one can pick him up in time, and it's also a real problem for AG because they've got to, first of all, they've got to push forward, but they've also now got to worry about a thorn in their side, which is named Epod. And he's going to be just sitting out in the blue. Have they spotted him? Himas? Did he?
Yeah, may not have been looking. No, he's looking right side. Yeah, good observing.
That's. I was going to say, I think that's why he's gone into the blue there to heal. If he stays in the zone, obviously that's where you expect him to be. But if he just steps out a little bit into the blue, there's a chance you go missing. Like, they're still looking for him. They actually they have not found
that's why
him.
he's scanning the trees.
Very, very cheeky, actually, from Epod.
Yeah, and they've got high ground now for the rest of the team too. So Epod coming back in through the blue has to kind of push into All Gamers Global. So the other three members of Four Crazy Rabbits needs to be aggressive here.
Yeah, he can
take your high ground advantage. Oh, absolutely. He is the X Factor, but he also needs to push in.
Well,
like, he's got a distance to run to get to this next circle. They need to be aggressive here, and they're getting some help from DDT. Like, Epod now making his way back up to his team is the safe option, but the best option is to get these 2 kills and push down quickly and then go back up north. But I think they might have been just a bit wary of the fact that, well, if they've gotten knocked down, that's a now dangerous position, so we don't want anything, part of that. But you're also now just sending it with no real information. Like, what's the game plan here?
Where are they going to send it? I mean, maybe to the same ridge that Team Flash are already on. There's a little bit of room on the northern side of that ridge. You can typically have a couple of teams occupying it, but to say you got to get everybody there without losing players is wishful thinking. Epod done, everyone done.
Sometimes you just got to know when to play center and when to play edge. And FW is a great example of knowing they're going to play edge here. Keep high ground. Don't push into the open areas. There's teams already there. It's occupied. Hold your position. Make sure teams can't push in behind you or wrap onto you. Watch your north side, watch your south side, and hold the edge. Because you know what? Phase 5 could still shift to us. We don't need to move. For some reason, 4 Crazy Rabbits were very much 4 Crazy Rabbits and hopped their way into the center of the circle with no intel, no scouting, no information, because they were fighting out towards the east. And look at that. They would have got a circle pop. This literally would have been right on their position. They would have had no reason to move. Sometimes it's better to be patient, wait, assess the game, then make your decision. They just got hurried.
Well, Team Flash are going to be very happy with that passage of play. They get a couple of kill points, and they get their zone shift as well. So they are very well set up to end the day in the top spot. They dropped off, but they're in a chance to get back into that discussion with a decent finish here. Roy are going to have a real battle on their hands because Alter Ego are going to have to start coming south on this ridge line. Roy themselves are going to have to think about where they're going to be pushing in. E-Arena are just having a messy fight, trying to make their way out of Georgia Pol. And at this point, for E-Arena, it's just about trying to pick up that 1 or 2 extra points that you can get at the back end of the day to keep its scoreboard ticking along, because they're not winning this game. There's no way. And that's nice. Nice 3 kills.
Yeah, very good. Very good. I mean, they're not out of it. They're not out of it. A lot of it depends,
more or less.
A lot of it depends on this next push. The next push is the critical one, because you got to push into Daredevils. You only got the 3 players. The Blues now pushing you, so you're forced to make a decision. I don't think wrapping up on the west side is going to be viable. Too many roads to cross, but also pushing over this hill is not fun either. Jun down below, but then you've got other members of TDT that will be able to catch you moonlighting, which is when you're standing at the top of this hill, you're very easy to spot. So, that's why typically when you kind of peek over, you just kind of get lit up very quickly. So I think TDT are actually really set up for this particular ridge push. And Flash are just playing their own ridge, still no one even close to them. So here's the peek up. Well, they're not ready for it. They're not really watching it right now. Now they will be, though. Zissy had to land that shot. So you got to have the smoke. Zissy hasn't got any. 1 smoke for Lyric. So they don't really have the utility to make this push. What they need is a knock. Knock and push. Knock and push is always the king here for E-Arena. And if they can do that, win the fight, they're still on. But it's going to take a mighty effort. Yeah. AG eliminated with UNQ's death. Alter Ego now down to just one in Egber as man got knocked down by Tede for Roy Esports, cleaning up on the western side of this circle. Pretty much uncontested because, well, Flash haven't moved. And I said before, it won't necessarily be a free win for Flash in those ridges, but it's a great spot because no one can really push them. They don't have to worry too much about their back on the south side. And the one team that did push them got absolutely wiped out. Now they're starting to push out a little bit onto TDT. They've timed this perfectly. That's allowed Zizzy to peek over this hill. Got the knock onto Jun.
He was not
does lose his life to Quasama though for Flash. And TDT down to 2 players standing.
Yeah, but
Pick at 1.
That might be an extra point picked up for Arena because I can't see that not getting picked back up. And there it is. Zizzy gets himself another one. He just had a little bit of a double take right there, knowing
that is
John
a really good game for a team that's centered into the river. They got a lot out of this game.
Yeah, exactly. That's, you know, you're scrounging together something from nothing. You're making lemonade out of lemons. Team Flash, though, I mean, what are they doing? They're making wine out of water or something like that. They're really been given everything and turning it into everything as well. This is a big game from them. 8 kills and looking set to potentially take themselves a victory here as well. You've got Buriram to contend with as a trio, Roy as a duo. ISG have done a good job of keeping themselves in the mix here. They're a quad still. And then FW Esports also a quad. So there are a couple of other teams here that have kept their forces pretty strong, but none of them are in as strong of a position on the map as where Flash are. And not only that, but Flash are also getting a bit of extra loot out of the kills that they've been able to pick up. So they're going to be nice and well stocked going into this final game this final zone where the other teams probably aren't going to quite have that luxury, though Canaxi getting the opportunity to ferret through a death box here as well.
Well, they were fighting that northeast battle and they picked up 3 kills. They have 4 players alive. I did say that, you know, one of those teams that they can kind of make it out alive may be in a good position, but it's the phase 6 circle shift that went well and truly away from them. So now forcing them into a bit of a tough run. Not out of it by any means, and now taking on the fight against ISG, and no one else really close by to come in on the flank. If they can get this revival to Banana 1, wipe out ISG completely, it sets them up actually quite nicely in the eventual battle against Flash and Buriram to come. So it's going to be a really fascinating finish. You can see Quasama now just trying to peek for some information. Doesn't want to overstep the mark though, playing this quite well, trying to just peek out. Team Flash have been very fortunate though that this ridge has been fed in the end, and they have not had to push away from this position. ISG eventually eliminated. Double knock now onto Banana 1, so they need to get the quick res on him. He might be done for though if there's more pressure. And Team Flash sensing this through Long X. He's going to make the push up. But is he wary that Canaxi is already close to his left? He's got to be quite careful. Banana 1 knocked left for dead. Buriram making the push towards FW. Reyes is going to be knocked down as well. Riz will finish himself off courtesy of Canaxi. So only 2 up now for FW Esports. Just too much fighting on too many different fronts all at once. And Team Flash now virtually should be winning this game. And in the end, they got double digits as well. They took best position. They didn't get that position at the start of this game, George. They got it at a very good point, took a risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's all started happening at the same time for FW Esports, and you're not going to be able to deal with that effectively. Nice grenade. Gets rid of Canaxi and leaves 6ax solo. Buriram down to a solo as well. They will be at least claiming a top 2. Here's
really good game. Really good game.
I mean, if you're ED right here, you just go down to the blue, right? Like, there's literally no way you're ever winning this game. You have to cross the most insane field, bro. Don't even try and make the argument. Come on.
No. You can still get a knock kill. Like, that's not impossible. And that 1 point can add up. But now at this point, it's like, okay, well, I've just been domed. They know where I am. This is now very much blue death. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I absolutely agree with you. I think that's the right play. He does it in the end. But you're full health. What happens if they, kind of over peak? Maybe there's a solo on the right side. You get a knock. You get you get the flush. That 1 point adds up, throughout the games that you can maybe try and accumulate. Team Flash, a tremendous job. I thought they played that incredibly well. You could say in some ways they were potentially fortunate that the TDTs never pushed on them from the south, and the teams up the north never pushed down on them from the north, and they could potentially have got sandwiched. But they did have one team crash on them, which was the 4 Crazy Rabbits, if I recall, and they just wiped them out straight away. And the beauty of those ridges, again, you could see it, like all the teams out west can't see them the teams down south can't see them, and the teams up north fighting each other anyway. So it was a really good game.
Yeah, very good game from Team Flash, and I've no doubt that that's going to put them probably back at the top of the standings as they pick themselves up the win to close out the day. So we had six different winners today, which was obviously different to what we got over in Korea on day one. We had Genji out on like 74 points, I think, or 76 points.
73.
73. There we go. Yeah, first day they had a massive day. We're not going to quite have that high of a number, but across the board. Look, typically, I think if you would have pulled some names out of a hat here today, Xenox, and you would have said to me, like pick like 4 to 6 teams that you would have thought could have won a game. I probably would have had E-Arena as one of the first choices. Maybe AG Global as well would have been up there. So I think, again, with a bit of a quick look down the list, a lot of the teams that we would have expected to do well this evening more or less have done well. TDT, another shout out to a very, very experienced roster with some really, really big name players in there. So across the board, I don't think it's been a wholly unexpected night. And for the most part, I would say that is going to be something that we'll see a continuation of over the next couple of days, right? We've been sort of highlighting that so far today, where it does feel like the teams that we expect to do reasonably well have generally done reasonably well. Have any of them really missed out in a major way? Cerberus haven't necessarily been a fantastic team today. Alter Ego maybe not as good as what I would have thought that they would be. But outside of that, experience seems to be shining through in most cases today. And so that's, I think if you start a tournament off like that, you're very unlikely to see any kind of upset results, any kind of weird results.
Yeah, I look at like the regional qualifiers. I look at who are the teams that finish atop their respective groups in Vietnam, in Thailand, in rest of APAC. So TDT, All Gamers Global, Cerberus, the 3 from Vietnam. Whereas you've got a team like Team Flash that's performing better than those teams, for example. You mentioned kind of Cerberus maybe not having the night that they probably would have wanted. I think we saw glimpses of what Cerberus can do, and excited to see what, if they can kind of follow that tomorrow night. TDT, All Gamers, I think more than enough from them tonight. You look over towards Thailand, Forest Natural Gaming. I mean, where were they tonight? You kind of question, you think, well, how did they kind of atop such a competitive region like Thailand? E-Arena, Sharper Esport being the other two. It's funny, you kind of look back on it, like Biram were 10th in the Thailand qualifiers, but they've actually kind of looked pretty good here. Armory Gaming were 9th, but they've looked good here. So, it's only night one. We've only played the 6 games. There's still a lot of PUBG still to play, as we're kind of just waiting on the rankings to update, which at the moment hasn't really happened. But even prior to that last game, ISG, Savage Men, and Zanshin, I'm actually pretty prepared to just say they're not going to be able to do it, and not because of necessarily the points that they are on, which is quite low, I think probably single digits, but it's because there's so many teams that are already 30 to 40 points plus that it's not like a situation where you only have to leapfrog a couple. You got to leapfrog the whole pack competition.
Like literally everybody.
That's basically impossible. That's just not going to happen. So unfortunately, 3 of the 4 rest of APAC teams find themselves in the bottom 3. Roy Esports is kind of holding the fort a little bit from rest of APAC, which is at least good to see that, there's at least one team from ROA. The Indonesian team is doing very, very well. I think they had some really, really good moments tonight. But ultimately, no surprise to see the Thailand and Vietnamese dominance so far throughout the first night, 2 nights to go now. And curious to see, like, if you were to ask me right now, the 4 teams who I think are going to qualify for EWC, I could throw names at you, but it's probably just going to be the top 8, and it could be any of those teams right now. There's no Gen G Night 1 career where they're 73 points. There's a couple of teams obviously going to be towards the top, but you wouldn't be surprised if they're maybe not at the top by the end of tomorrow night.
They're not out by such an astronomical margin that it makes it impossible for them to get caught, if that makes sense. They've had everyone's had kind of a bit more of like a standard day at the office. You know what I mean? And some better than others, but that's to be expected, and it hasn't been
it's
out
updated.
of this performance. Oh, okay, has it?
Yeah. I'm just going to talk about it.
Not on my end.
I've got it updated, so I'll just talk about it. If it ends up coming on the screen, then it does. Team Flash on 62 points, top the group right now. So 62 points from night 1 is a lot of points. You could almost go and say they're almost halfway with 2 nights to go to that 120 mark we said. Biram in second on 55 points. All Gamers Global on 51 points in third, as it's on your screen now. TDT in fourth, which is again the cutoff. So for APAC, top four will go to EWC. So as it stands, those would be the top four. But you can clearly see, Jordan, like there's very little separating.
Oh, yeah.
If you scroll down to, you could scroll down to ninth, and then below ninth is kind of irrelevant right now. Things will change tomorrow. But E Arena on 43, Roy on 41, Armory on 40, and then in eighth is FW on 39, Sharper on 35 in ninth. Now in 10th is Forest Natural Gaming on 26. That's the first big gap that you're really finding.
Yep.
Is at that point. And then at the very, very bottom, unfortunately, Zanshin still single digits. ISG 13, Savageman 15, 4 Crazy Rabbits 19. Never going to cross the team out after one night, but those 4 teams looking very unlikely. Alter Ego going to, anyone from Alter Ego to Forest Natural Gaming, and Cerberus included, which 24 points for Cerberus is crazy, but you can have big nights. If those teams respectively go and get a 50, 60 point night tomorrow night, back on easily.
100%.
But yeah, I would say if I had to take a guess, a wild guess, top 4 by the end of it. I mean, it's hard to not include Team Flash in that. They're out at the moment. Yep. Buram, AG, TDT, E Arena, Roy, Armory, FW. Who do you trust there? It's hard. It's hard. I couldn't pick 3 others. I'd say Team Flash have put themselves in a really good position after night 1. Mm-hmm. That I would be a little bit surprised by the end of night 3. I wouldn't be totally shocked, but I'd be a little bit surprised, Jordan.
Yeah, I think I'd probably back the experience of All Gamers, maybe E Arena. And then that 4th spot is maybe up for grabs. Buram did look good tonight, but are they going to look that good over the course of the entire competition? Well, they did top the sort of the qualifying round for this stage, so that's a tick in their book. TDT is one of those teams that I think you kind of want to trust, but just the names on paper haven't necessarily been the names that typically top these kinds of tournaments. Do you know what I mean? So they're good enough to compete, certainly, and on their day they can definitely make it happen for a top 4, but I might back them out in favor of I don't know, like a Buram, for example, who are just a sort of step above them at the moment. But anyway, that's a conversation for tomorrow.
It's all up for grabs. That's the main thing. Heading into night 2 tomorrow night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, of course, for watching and tuning in tonight. Night 1, it's set us up perfectly going into night 2. It seems like a very open lobby towards at least the top 9-10 teams. Only 4 spots for EWC coming out of APAC. So tomorrow night and, of course, Sunday night is going to be very much heating up. We'll be back, of course, same place, same time tomorrow. We'll see you then.